Okay, please stand for the presentation of the colors by the California Highway Patrol. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As of the last commission meeting, fortunately, no officers have lost their lives in the line of duty. Please join me for a moment of silence honoring the officers who lost their lives since the last meeting. Thank you. Now, please join me in thanking the California Highway Patrol. One more time, please thank me. Please thank the California Highway Patrol. And please take your seats. Thank you. Ms. Nunez, will you please take roll call?
Barcelona. Here. Braun. Here. Brazil.
Here.
Bowie.
Here.
Donellan. Here. Doyle. Dudley.
Here.
Yule.
Here.
Long.
Here.
Marsh.
Here.
O'Rourke.
Here.
Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce Post Legal Counsel. To my left is William Toby Darden, and to my right, Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez. This is always one of the most exciting commission meetings we have all year long. At this time, we'll begin the presentations for the 2019 and 2020 Post Training and Excellence Awards with the O.J. Bud Hawkins Award as well. The other thing is you're going to temporarily lose your mics, commissioners, because they're going to be taken away and recharged. Don't worry, we still will give them back to you. I am the Santa Barbara, thank you. I'm Santa Barbara County District Attorney Joyce Dudley and Chair of the Post Commission. Each year, the Commission recognizes individuals and organizations that have greatly contributed to the success and effectiveness of our law enforcement community. On behalf of the entire Commission, it is my absolute pleasure to honor these recipients who have distinguished themselves by demonstrating a commitment to exceptional service or excellence in training. Assisting me today to my left is Manny Alvarez, Executive Director of Post. This is a combined ceremony for the past 2 years, as last year's event was postponed due to the pandemic. Pursuant to health mandates in YOLO, face coverings are required at all times while indoors, regardless of social distancing. And I ask that you please adhere to the face covering requirements at all times, with the exception of when you're speaking. I am mindful this mandate will alter the characteristics of the photographs taken to memorialize this cherished event, but nevertheless, it will be a reminder in years to come of the adversity we have all overcome during this extraordinary pandemic. Also, in order to help ensure the comfort of everyone, we'll try to dispense with handshakes, another part of the ceremony we've all enjoyed so much for many years. Once we get started, I will ask the award recipient to come forward from the audience to be recognized when I call them for their specific award. The Post Excellence in Training Award was established in 1994 to encourage innovation, quality, and effectiveness of peace officer training, and to recognize the very best of the best. The categories of the Post Excellence in Training Awards are individual achievement, organizational achievement, and lifetime achievement. We will also be presenting the Post O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award. To begin the 2019 Individual Achievement Award, the recipient of this award is Corporal Ralph Nett of Sacramento Police Department. Okay. And Corporal Nett, right here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Scott Long, as I'm one of the 2 assistant executive directors here at the Commission on Post, and it is my privilege to assist you in honoring this year and last year's recipients of these very remarkable and prestigious awards. Regarding Mr. Connect, the training of California peace officers is extraordinarily complicated and challenging. The content is demanding, and finding qualified applicants is equally formidable as well. When students enter the basic academy, they encounter a program with difficult curriculum and significantly higher passing standards than most any other discipline. Ralph Connect is a leader in making sure tomorrow's law enforcement officers get the right training today. Corporal Connect designed and implemented a pre-academy training program to increase student performance and reduce student attrition. His efforts have not only increased the return on investment for the city of Sacramento, but more importantly, have helped the city of Sacramento ensure the best level of training and future performance for our next generation of leaders in California law enforcement. As a distinguished leader in the training of law enforcement officers for California, Post is proud to recognize Corporal Ralph Connect for his remarkable achievement and contribution to the law enforcement profession, and he is therefore the recipient of the 2019 Post Excellence in Training Award for Individual Achievement.
Apparently, we've also decided to remove masks for the photographs, so we forget the whole historical concept. Let's do it again.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of folks from SAC PD here, and thank you very much to all the chiefs that made it, and then my coworkers. I'd be remiss in not thanking my wife first and foremost, and for her support and the long hours that we spend at the training facility, training and caring for our recruits. And I just want to say that I've made this known to a lot of people. I think the mark of a good trainer is caring is first and foremost. You've got to care about the human being that you are training and that you are wanting to succeed, and therefore trying to make sure that you look at the way they learn and develop them, and you put them first and foremost. And I'm trying to be brief, but I would be very remiss in not thanking, it wasn't just me, it was many people. But I have a partner that I've been with for developing this program and working with her. And she's right over there, and everyone should give a hand to Carrie Woolery. And I'd love to be able to split this award in perfect half because she deserves it. But thank you to my SAC PD family. We truly are a family, for being here and supporting me. And I'm going to close with Tara and Natalie Strong.
I love your comment that first and foremost, it's about caring. Thank you very much and congratulations. The recipient of the 2019 Post Excellence in Training Organizational Achievement Award is Golden West College Criminal Justice Training Center. Accepting the award on behalf of Golden West College is Director Steve Ames. And if they're in the audience, I extend to join. Let's see, the script's a little bit awkward here. So is someone here from Golden West College? Yes, wonderful. And I assume you're Steve Ames. Terrific. Okay, please join us. And is Dean Rick Hicks here?
Madam Chair, he is here and we've
Wonderful.
ordered him to the stage.
Scott, please.
Thank you very much. Golden West College Regional Criminal Justice Training Center has been training California cops since 1960. They are a leader in law enforcement training, continually providing excellence and innovation in both pre-service and in-service courses. Many agencies within the Southern California region specifically select Golden West as their primary provider for academy training of entry-level peace officers. One of the most notable endeavors of GWC is its commitment to leadership, ethics, and community policing, which has started many years ago, where there's a strong emphasis to the academy students that although they possess technical authority and responsibility granted by the penal code, their true authority is that which is earned every day from the citizens who have entrusted the safety of their families to them. Golden West continually demonstrates a dedication to the law enforcement profession. Just one example of this is how many years ago, Post discovered an urgent training need in another part of the state for a large group of students. When that happened, the then dean of the college, Ron Lillenberg, and the then academy coordinator, Rick Hicks, reached out to me and said, tell us what it will take to get these men and women the training they need, and we'll get it done regardless of the cost, the effort, or the inconvenience. And they did. As a distinguished leader in the training of law enforcement officers for California, Post is proud to recognize the Golden West College for its significant history of remarkable achievement and contribution to the law enforcement profession. And it is therefore the recipient of the 2019 Post Training and Excellence Award for Organizational Achievement.
Well, I guess first off, I would like to, on behalf of Golden West College, thank the commission for allowing us to be here in person, even though this award is for 2019. We very much appreciate it. Our dean in place at 2019 was Ron Lowenberg, and our current dean, Tim Vu. Both of them wanted to be here. Both of them had last-minute work crises that prevented them from being here. I'm quite sure that they would want me to thank you in their stead as well, because I know how much this award means to them, particularly Ron, who was in place in 2019. And just from a personal perspective, I would like to dedicate this award to the 140 employees that we've got at the Regional Criminal Justice Training Center who make what we do possible every day. Thank you very much.
Recipient of the 2020 Individual Achievement Award is Steve Gregory. Steve?
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Gregory is a radio reporter, which is why I could not figure out which person you were, but welcome. Glad to have you. As we all know in law enforcement, one of the most challenging tasks for law enforcement is learning how to properly work with the media, ensuring the constitutional rights afforded by the First Amendment are maintained while also protecting the necessary confidentiality to avoid compromising an investigation. This is a delicate balance that has been known to result in occasional and sometimes much more than occasional friction between law enforcement and the media. Steve Gregory is a journalist who has worked to increase the collaboration between law enforcement and the media to ensure better communications and better customer service for the community we all serve. His proverbial olive branch has made a tremendous positive impact, so much so that it was actually law enforcement who nominated him for this very prestigious award. Steve has trained countless law enforcement professionals, helping build a collaborative relationship of trust and respect with the media and public, which has been a cornerstone of effective policing and public safety. Accordingly, Steve has been a catalyst for improved communications, helping law enforcement better serve the community. As a distinguished leader in the training of law enforcement officers for California, Post is proud to recognize Steve Gregory for his remarkable achievement and contribution to the law enforcement profession, and he is therefore the recipient of the 2020 Post Excellence in Training Award for Individual Achievement.
Yeah, so I bet a journalist is the last person you expected up here today, right? I want to thank the commission, first of all, also the awards committee. And I also want to thank Captain Andy Nyman, who's here with me today from Los Angeles Police Department, who nominated me for this award. Also Commander Mike Parker, retired LA County Sheriff's Department, who's been a great influence on me as well. My goal when I stand in front of a class is to tell them I'm not here to change hearts and minds. I'm here to lend perspective. I'm here to give you the tools to navigate this ever-changing world of media and hope that it sort of disarms you a bit, gives you a little more confidence, and come out better for it on the other end. Helping law enforcement helps us. My colleagues, some of them don't agree with what I do. In fact, I get a lot of grief sometimes because I feel like I work too closely with law enforcement. But the only difference between how they cover it and how I cover it is I'm not afraid to cover the good stories. I'll leave you with this. For those of you instructors here in the room, the only difference between how you teach a class and I teach a class, I'm the only one that has to wear ballistic armor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the confidence you've instilled in our brothers and sisters. The recipient for 2020 Organizational Achievement Award in the California Highway Patrol, accepting the award on behalf of the California Highway Patrol is Assistant Commissioner Chris Childs and Tina Bayless.
The role of sergeant is arguably the most pivotal position in any law enforcement organization, as those individuals have direct influence on line level personnel, as well as communication with upper level command staff. Recognize the critical need for leadership training at the sergeant level, the CHP created its own unique program to further enhance the skills for first line supervisors. The CHP Sergeants Leadership Forum not only provides the supervisory skills for those men and women in the critical position of sergeant, but of course also serves as a force multiplier of leadership, since it also vicariously benefits the officers who work for them, as well as the managers they report to. This dedication to enhancing the leadership capability of first level supervisors is a remarkable achievement and attestation to the commitment the CHP has made to develop its leaders. The CHP is recognized across California and the nation as well for excellence in training, and it continues to serve as a role model for leadership in law enforcement. Post is proud to recognize the California Highway Patrol for its remarkable achievement and contribution to the law enforcement profession, and it is therefore the recipient of the 2020 Post Excellence in Training Award for Organizational Achievement.
It's very kind of you. Thank you all. We really appreciate the support. I wanted to, this is much like putting a movie together. Like you write a script, you secure financing, you cast the roles, you put a bunch of people together and you hope something special happens. And we rolled out the first few sessions, and this class is geared towards tenured sergeants that are at least 3 years in grade. And so they're happy to be there. And we rolled out the first few sessions, and one of the students stood up and asked the facilitator and said, "But what can we do?" And the facilitator never got a chance to answer. And one of the other students stood up who'd been cynical all week and said, "We can do a lot. There's over 800 of us, and change starts with us." And so we talk about transformative culture, and we talk about planting the seeds and planting it in the minds and hearts of those that are coming up behind us. And really transformative culture is a heart change, right? It's not just changing our minds and our actions, it's changing heart. And I couldn't have done any of this without the people in this room. So I'd like to just take a second to recognize the people that took the feed and caring that went into this. So we have Joshua Kolstad, who's a retired sergeant with the California Highway Patrol. We have Andrea Milam, who's an associate analyst with us. We have Air Ops Sergeant Steve Newman. We have Lieutenant Ryan Monahan. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge our Chief Esri Beauchamp, who was a supporter of us all along. And retired Lieutenant Shannon King, who is not here with us today. She was ill, but she was also integral in the development of this course.
Who else could stand? Whose name?
So I just want to say thank you. And we've even benefited even further from this class. We opened it up to allies just the last couple months and had some of them as members of our students. And it's been a change, a positive change. And we've created greater networking and greater collaboration and a greater sense of respect for everything that each of us does in our own agencies. So thank you. Thank you for anyone in this room who sent students to us. We appreciate it.
The recipient of the 2020 Lifetime Achievement Award is Bruce Parrott. I'm sure I said your name wrong, didn't I?
You did,
that's okay. How do I say your name? Prate. Thank you, Bruce Prate. Scott?
The job of today's law enforcement officer is extremely complex and challenging. With ever-changing statutes and case law, it is of paramount importance for law enforcement officers to keep abreast of current law in order to keep them better prepared to serve their communities while also properly enforcing the law. They are frequently required to make split-second life or death decisions that the courts will often take years, if not decades, to analyze. The privilege of wearing the badge is a significant and sacred trust and responsibility given officers by the communities they are sworn to protect that requires the best possible training. Bruce is a well-respected attorney who specializes in law enforcement matters. He started his career as a California cop and therefore has a perspective that affords him greater insight and a level of appreciation of the challenges law enforcement face. This unique background has helped him develop that unique ability to take extremely complex and sometimes contradictory legal matters and explain how they can be applied in a real-world operational setting. His training has not only helped peace officers develop a better understanding of law, but has also enhanced the ability for officers to better serve their communities. As a distinguished leader in the training of law enforcement officers for California, Post is proud to recognize Bruce Prate for remarkable achievement and his contribution to the law enforcement profession, and he is therefore the recipient of the 2020 Post Excellence in Training Award for Lifetime Achievements.
Got any other text? All right. All right. There you go.
All right. Hey, Gordy, don't go anywhere. All right. Just to tell you how good Golden West Academy is, when I was a baby police officer in 1973, that's where I went to the academy. So, and another little bit of trivia, Mr. Gordon Graham, who I'm sure you all know, we found out a couple years ago, Gordon and I started our careers the exact same day, April Fool's Day, 1973. If that tells you anything about where our careers went. I got to tell you that when I started in the academy, I was in awe of post instructors and then to later become one. And as Gordon and I go around the country speaking, and of course with Lexipol and everything, California Post is held in such high regard around the country. This is the epitome of training for law enforcement. Every state is in awe of what this commission does. So I'm very honored. And I see even some of my clients in the office I've defended over the years, so that's good too. Anyway, quite an honor. Gordon, come up here. I want to get a picture if we could. Can I get a picture with Gordon too? Oh, we got to be on the X, Gordon.
We're on the X.
All right.
We got rules. You can- Okay, sorry. So the recipient of the 2020 O.J. Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award is Rick Hicks. We've seen you before.
Rick Hicks has dedicated his entire life to public service. He has done so not only as a cop, but as he transitioned through the ranks from officer to chief of police positions, but as a law enforcement trainer, mentor, academy coordinator, criminal justice administrator, and now, believe it or not, the dean of math, science, and kinesiology. As all of us who are fellow cops would say, Rick simply can't figure out how to get retirement right. One of his most remarkable assignments was at the Golden West College Criminal Justice Training Center, where he served and continues to serve for many years. While there, Rick was part of a team that created a legacy of excellence, exceptional quality of graduates, and that served as the gateway proving ground for many individuals who have gone on to become leaders in the law enforcement community themselves. He is well known for fostering a strong sense of accountability, high ethical standards, and a continued commitment to public service at every course or every course at his center. The next generation of law enforcement officers who will inherit the mantle of California's public safety have been and continue to be well served by Rick's selfless contribution, and his countless proteges are serving their communities throughout the region, if not throughout the entire state. The namesake of this prestigious award, Bud Hawkins, was a longtime representative to the Post Commission for the Attorney General and was a proverbial giant in the law enforcement profession, and he left a legacy for the future. This award in his honor is recognition for an individual who has made significant contributions that reflect dedication, perseverance, and exceptional service to improving the professionalism of California law enforcement. Rick Hicks embodies that same spirit of service, and he is therefore the recipient of the 2020 Post Bud Hawkins Exceptional Service Award.
Yes, please.
When I heard that Prate was going to be here, I was worried that perhaps I had an outstanding legal bill that I hadn't paid. So I'm glad to find out that's not the case. And the other good news is that a good corporal, a good first line supervisor always buoys the chief, right? So recognizing your wife connects, good job. So I'm going to recognize mine now. Lisa, I love you. You know, to hear the things that were said today from all the others, it makes me feel like I should not be up here. I'm grateful for this. I'm grateful to the commission. Madam Chair, to the director, to the committee that considered me. I'm grateful to Golden West College for the support that they had given to me personally, but the efforts that they make towards law enforcement and public service. And I'm grateful to each one of you that are still here, because as I'm looking back on my career, if I could go back 40 years and do it again, I would do it in a heartbeat. Nothing that has happened in the last several years would deter me from that. And so for you still being here and still manning the front lines, I want to tell you thank you very much. And that's why I did what I did, to be a public servant, to make a difference, to care about other people, as been pointed out today. That's what public service and the police service is all about. So thank you for this award. I don't feel deserving, but I'm certainly grateful to have it. Thank you.
Well, you certainly made a difference. Thank you. Thank you to the award recipients, as well as their colleagues and their other loved ones that were here today. Those of us in law enforcement know we could not do the work we do, but for the loved ones in our life. So glad you could be here with us today. This concludes the award presentation. At this time, I would like to ask everyone to temporarily return to their seats or place in the audience so I, as the chair, can call for a short break before returning to the meeting agenda. Just bear with us for a moment. At this time, we will adjourn for a very short break and we'll reconvene, don't yell at me, at 20 to 2. So you have 4 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Reconvening now, we're very excited to have two new commissioners. Two chiefs have joined us, Kelly Gordon and Tina Nieto. And I'd like to have Kelly first introduce herself. Oh, thank you, Jim.
Oh, it's always such a helper. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now I know who to look out for. So I'm Kelly Gordon. I'm the chief of police for Monterey Park down in Southern California. I have about 26 years in law enforcement at 3 different agencies. And I'm just honored to be here and look forward to working with everyone and moving forward with all of the challenges that we have. But I think it actually at the same time is a great opportunity to redefine and reimagine and really make sure that we make good decisions in terms of how we implement some of the things that we're looking at. So I'm just happy to be here, looking forward to working with everyone on the commission. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Chief, would you pronounce your last name for me?
It's Tina Nieto, or you can just call me Tina.
Well, I could, but it's on the record now, so I won't. So I'm just going to call you Chief Nieto.
Yes. I'm Tina Nieto. I'm currently the chief of Marina Police Department, which is in the Central Coast, the beautiful Monterey Peninsula. So please come visit and spend your money. My city said to say that. But I'm quite honored to be here as a post-commissioner. I've been in law enforcement for 33 years. I came up from Southern California, actually, after working for 28 and a half years with a larger agency. And now I work for a smaller agency. So it gives you a different perspective, going from really big to really small. But I look forward to the challenges. One of the reasons I accepted the position is I heard we made a lot of money. And okay, maybe we don't. But there are things that are coming up in law enforcement that are near and dear to me. A lot of issues, there's a lot of work has to go into it, and I have a heart for work, and I love police officers, and I want to make sure that, you know, we take care of our law enforcement, but we also take care of our communities, our very diverse communities in the state of California. I just want to thank all the other commissioners and the people that do sit on this board. They've been very welcoming in the short time that I've been here, so thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of all the commissioners, we're thrilled that both of you have joined us. And I can tell you, having been a part of this for many years now, that this is a group of caring individuals, smart and caring individuals, and we all want to do the right thing for the right reason. And we know you'll help us do that. So welcome. This time, now we're going to go to public comment. And by the way, just for the record, your name wasn't called, but you are here. Will that do it? You want to say a little more about that, Toby?
No, it's fine.
Okay. We've all seen that video of I am not a cat, right? A few of you have. Okay. This is the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda. Pursuant to the commission policy, the commission chair will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comments on items on the agenda. Based on recent events, more people than usual may want to address the commission. Therefore, if required, we will go longer than 15 minutes, but may limit this period to no more than 1 hour, as we have many topics to cover on the agenda. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 5 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same topic, I, as the chair, may intervene and ask that you limit your remarks to no more than 1 minute. Pursuant to existing commission policy, the chair may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the commission cannot take action on items not on the agenda. Please remember that the meeting is being transcribed, so I may politely interrupt and ask you to repeat or speak slowly. I'm speaking quickly because there is a script here and she can come back to it, so don't speak at this pace. Clearly, speak clearly and succinctly so your comment can be correctly captured in the transcript. If there is anyone in the audience who would like to address the commission during public comment, please raise your hand. Please approach. Thanks, and you can sit right there by the open mic. Welcome. And you may remove your mask to speak. We sure can. Push the button.
How about now?
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Post Commission. My name is Marshall Arnwine, and I work for the ACLU of Northern California in our Sacramento office. I serve in the role of criminal justice advocate in our legal policy department. The ACLU has concerns about Post's history of rejecting crucial community input. Many critical issues impacting the community, including rejecting non-law enforcement experts' input on how to train new use of force standards, and also the Ripper Board recommendation on post trainings related to bias and the screening of law enforcement applicants for explicit bias as required in AB 846. Recently, the Little Hoover Commission created a report on law enforcement training. This report came out this year in November. The report found that Post, as a body currently constructed, leaves out important broader community perspectives that are not just representative of the law enforcement. For example, perspectives of communities impacted by police misconduct and violence, and health and social services professionals. These important perspectives will create a more inclusive model of decision-making, especially around the issues related to the type of quality, quantitative, and quality of the training law enforcement receives in the state of California. Ultimately, this unity could strengthen the relationship between law enforcement and the community statewide. As of now, Post is not achieving this inclusive model-making, decision-making process because of the inaccessibility of meetings for communities to attend like the one today and cannot be here in person, and rejecting recommendations from non-law enforcement experts. The ACLU is concerned about the inaccessibility of these meetings during the pandemic. We urge the commission to enable virtual participation for the foreseeable future during this COVID-19 virus. Important legislation such as Senate Bill 2 for decertification was passed overwhelmingly because of the concerns that communities have regarding police misconduct. Therefore, Post Commission, we're urging that you ensure that these meetings will be accessible for communities statewide to hear these important discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay. And thank you for your service with ACLU. Any commissioners have any questions or comments? Manny, I'm going to turn to you to explain what it is we are doing now with the meetings, why we don't have Zoom, but we do have streaming.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, during COVID, we were permitted under an executive order to do online meetings and Zoom meetings and allow commissioners to call in from locations without advertising their locations where they were calling in from, whether it's from their department, from home, they're a public member, wherever they're at. It also allowed the public to call in from anywhere in the state. And obviously we did that for the last 2 years where individuals could call on the phone and provide public comment from anywhere. There was a bill that was passed this legislative session, AB 361, which basically allows us to do that all the way through January 31, 2022. It gives us another 2 months to do that. And the last sentence of the bill says, if you have the ability to revert back to the law, then you should. So we decided for this commission meeting, obviously we have to publish the agenda early on. We decided, hey, we've only got a month and a half to go. So we're just going to revert back to the old way pursuant to this legislation. And we had the meeting in person and public comment is in person. So we think we're compliant with the bill. And after January 31, unless there's some other legislation, it will be back to the old way where it is in person. The commission meetings are moving around the state. As you all know, we had the last one in Pasadena. We had this one here. The next one is in San Diego. And we try to have 2 here and 2 down in Southern California or somewhere else, usually Southern California because of the cost. So we do try to make them accessible. We've had them in Pasadena. We've had them in Ontario, we've had them in LA County, and we're doing our best. We've tried to move them to the San Francisco Bay Area, but it has been very cost prohibitive for us to be able to do that.
Okay, so to be clear, by law, we can't Zoom these meetings anymore. We would all prefer that we could, but they are streamed. And so anyone who wants to can go to our website and click on the meeting. Any other comments from any other commissioners about any of the issues that were addressed? Yes, please, Jeff. Commissioner Long.
Just a quick clarification. So is it ACLU's position that ACLU needs more access to post in terms of these meetings, or that members of the community need more access via, Zoom or something?
The community.
The community. Okay, thanks.
Any other thoughts you want to share with us?
No, that'll be it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming and for speaking. Are there other members of the audience who would like to make a statement? Please come forward.
Well.
I think you should introduce yourself first.
Probably so. Madam Chair and members of the commission.
Push the button, Ralph. Gee.
I'm sure. Sorry, Jeff, I was trying to follow your lead. Madam Chair, members of the Post Commission, my name is Ralph Brown. I retired last December as a Post Bureau Chief. I was hired in 2014 and was assigned to work for the great Scott Loggins in the Basic Training Bureau. The office at that time was located on Alhambra Avenue. I had worked with Scott performing Basic Academy compliance audits. There were some very interesting times during that, my time in basic training. We had some interesting situations, and I would like to publicly thank Scott for his steady guidance during those difficult times. Later, I moved to the executive office, where I became the legislative coordinator reviewing legislation. Before then, later on, I promoted to bureau chief in the Training Delivery Compliance Bureau, where I had the luxury again to work for Scott. With Scott's retirement looming, I just want to express my thanks for his leadership and publicly acknowledge his good counsel. One of Scott's better attributes, I think, is a genuine, down-to-earth human being presence. He's a polite professional, good demeanor, he's approachable, and he's always a good mentor. Whenever I had a question to touch base on, he was always good with good counsel. Vast majority of times I was able to count on Scott's grounded perspective. He understood that a slow, thoughtful, methodical role was going to lead to a very good outcome, and the vast majority of the time it did. Scott's honorable intentions have made a positive impact on the field, and his messaging, you may have heard him say this, we are to be the good, honest brokers. That's our position with Post. Our position with Post to the field is we're the honest broker. And that was great advice. And after I took over as bureau chief, and I pushed that message out to my folks, the regional consultants and the support staff and the like, the word started traveling through the field and got back, and they were chiefs and sheriffs, training managers were very appreciative of that model. So thank you, Scott. To that end, I just want to say thanks to Scott. Thanks for your leadership. And I think I'm a better person because of him. Thanks.
Well, I always thought you were a pretty terrific person, and so good to see you again. Thank you. And we may have another local celebrity here too. Would you please introduce yourself? Oh, good.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honored commissioners, Manny. My name is Bob Strezak. I'm a retired executive director for the Commission on Peace Officer Standard and Training. And I am too here. Before I begin, I do want to thank the commission for your steady hand on the rudder during these strong currents that we face. I know it's been a challenge, and I know that ultimately you keep your eyes on the prize and you're going to do good. I wanted to congratulate Scott on your milestone you've accomplished easily, gracefully, but not so easily sometimes. And I wanted to wish you the best in joining the ranks of the leisurely and amongst the retired. So Scott, season 1 was Sacramento County Sheriff's, and season 2 is now the Commission on Post, correct? For a total of 33 years, right? And I wanted to sum up the 33 years for Scott because, you know, on the day of retirement, we all have to look back and we kind of lose perspective. We gain the perspective of looking forward to retirement. We lose perspective of what we've done to enjoy this day. So I just want to summarize it real quick for you. So for Scott, for 33 years, you have dutifully arose every day to prepare for work. Because of your sense of service, you have reported in the day, in the dark, in the cold, in the heat, and in every other conceivable condition.
Bob, let me interrupt for a second. Scott, why don't you come up here so Bob doesn't have to keep turning around? You can stand right here behind me. Thank you. Bob, please go ahead.
By the way, Scott, I didn't know all that other stuff about you. You have given up holidays and birthdays, ball games and family events. You have stumbled and regained your balance. You have learned through your mistakes. And like us all, you bear a few scars. But you've persevered. And here you are today, worthy of the right to look back on it all and smile. You have run a good race, and now you will soon enjoy leisurely morning cups of coffee. You can laugh at traffic reports. You can wonder what you want to do today, and what are you going to do with all your suits and ties. For 33 years, you, like most of us here, have played a small part in a greater cause. But collectively, all our small parts have become the greater cause. Stand tall and proud and have no regrets. You have earned your place among the ranks of those who will only have to walk to the mailbox to get paid. I wish you all the best as you enter season 3, episode 1. Congratulations.
Thanks, Bob. So good to see you again. Okay, any other public speakers? Anything else on public comment? Well, thank you to those who made public comment. At this time, the executive director would like to address the commission. Executive Director Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you all for coming to the meeting today. I'd like to start with just a couple of things from the awards committee meeting. There were some things that were said in there that really ring true about caring and post being as good as we hope we are. But that was built on our predecessors and people that have been here long before us that built it. And it's our mission to keep carrying this forward. So I appreciated those comments, hearing those, especially seeing Bob Strezak here today. They're the ones that kind of put this organization on this path in 1959. So I would like to just kind of go from where we've been since the last commission meeting and where we're going to go forward. And then I would like to just address some of the comments from public comment, if I may. So first of all, in terms of our compliance audits with COVID, the way it's been, we try to do all of our hiring file compliance audits. Our goal is to be at 100%. We're 82% for the year as of a couple of days ago per the bureau chief. We're hoping to hit 90% by the end of this year. So we'll be close to getting to 100%. We had some regions of the state, we really had a significant challenge where those counties were completely shut down and we really couldn't go review files. So we feel like we're in good shape. As you all know, there was a regulation that you all passed about 2 years ago, 18 months ago, that causes us to review all of our courses on a 2-year cycle to make sure they're contemporary. We did that over the course of this summer and the fall. And it's a lot of courses. There's 4,600 courses in the course catalog. So you split them in half and they haven't been reviewed for 10 or so years or 12 years. There's a lot of revisions that have to be made. So that was a heavy lift for our staff. In terms of the delivery of training, we spoke at the Finance Committee about some of our money, especially with some of the detective courses under ICI. There is definitely some room to continue to deploy those courses because we do have funding, but we have also been reviewing those courses over the last 2 years to make sure they're contemporary. We were doing one this week on the ICI officer involved shooting course to make sure they're constantly updated on a cycle. We're also embarking on a new training program for ICI on interviewing and interrogation. There was a bill that went through the Senate that did not make it through. It was SB 494 and it was on science-based interviewing techniques as opposed to sticking solely with the Reed technique. So we're starting that. We're hoping to have that new course in place hopefully by the beginning of next year, but we're just embarking on that one. We're relying heavily on some of the individuals that pushed the bill forward, as well as LAPD, who's taken on this model, and some other individuals across the country. So we're embarking on that. We've placed the mental health field guides, I think, on your desks. We started pushing those out since probably August. We got the bulk of them out in October and November. We produced 72,000 of those mental health field guides, and we distributed 50,000 to the field already. So that was a heavy lift. We had special funding for mental health training, and we had some money left over, so we wanted to produce them as opposed to just putting them in PDF. Obviously, the content is also new. We developed that about 18 months ago or 2 years ago. So those hopefully are on your desks and they'll hopefully be spread throughout the state. In terms of distance learning or online training, you'll hear a presentation today, but we are trying to move forward to enhance our platform, our learning portal, or our learning management system. That is a work in progress. We've had funding for it. We're under time constraints. In the middle of it, unfortunately, we lost, tragically, unexpectedly, one of our staff members who had been spearheading this project, Lori Kabag, on November 16th, which set us back a little bit, but we're moving forward in that regard. We've also had some products that we deploy on the learning portal that have been delayed because of COVID, some that we've expected to already be out, and it's just taking us a little bit of time, but we're working diligently on the online delivery of training. You all approved a regulation on AB 846, which is the psych screening of peace officers, which requires a screening for implicit and explicit bias by the medical practitioner during the psychological evaluation. That was brought up during public comment. So that was delivered, or that was created under a series of contracts with medical practitioners across the country. I believe there's 6 or 7 of them, I think 6, that obviously we have to pay for the psychologists and psychiatrists from around the country to participate in. I want to say there's only 1 or 2 from California. We included the RIPA board on that, but we made a decision because of the individuals that were creating it were all practitioners that we would provide that to RIPA and have them review it. That's where there is a little bit of a rub, not a rub, but they're upset is the best way to put it, because they wanted to participate in that process on the front end when we had already started it and we're using these practitioners. That's what the gentleman referred to in terms of AB 846. There is a letter that was submitted to Post in October by the RIPA board. It doesn't appear that that they disagree with what you all have approved in early September. And the best way I can describe it, if I understand their reasoning, is we've gone this far, they wanted to go even further. So that package has not been approved by the Office of Administrative Law. They said we have to bring it back to you based on that letter. So we will be bringing that back to you in March, but that was brought up during public comment. We're working on a dispatcher job task analysis. They've been putting it together for the course of several months. The survey is out to dispatchers across the state, 800 questions. It's a lot for the dispatchers to kind of tell us what they do in today's environment. From that, we hope to update the dispatcher basic course, which is also in the works. And we had some discussion as to whether we should give you a status update at this commission meeting as to where we are with the dispatcher basic course, or whether we should wait and just be further along. And we decided to wait. So we will have that a presentation for you in the near future. We've also talked previously about the pellet B test and the automation of the pellet B. We have been testing the automated test for the last several months. There are some issues with the scoring, the online scoring of that test. So it's back to the vendor, but we are still working on that as we speak. Public Records Act requests are coming in more so than they ever have. They're not always challenging Public Records Act requests, but there are a lot of Public Records Act requests. And we continue to talk about, hey, is there more and more that we can put online so it's just available and transparent so we don't have to answer to all these Public Records Act requests and we make them available to the public. But that has increased significantly. We're updating, again, our use of force guidelines. Our crowd control guidelines are being updated again, all pursuant to new legislation that was passed this last session in the last few months. And the domestic violence guidelines should be up and out shortly. Lastly, we had some direction from the commission to address the history of policing. You're going to hear about that today, where we're at with that, but we did start that process during the last break between commission meetings. So where we'll be going in the future. So there's some things that we've left on the plate, admittedly, that you've asked us for. So one is a comparison of the specialized investigators basic course and the regular basic course. Why do we have two? Should we have one? That was something that the commission requested. We would like to get back to that. We just haven't had time, but it's still on our plate. We have not forgotten about that. We're obviously going to be working on a history of policing still. You'll hear more about that and kind of where we're going. QAP, Quality Assurance Program, we anticipate bringing that back to the commission. The Little Hoover Commission has issued a report. We anticipate that there's going to be some further discussions about that report. You all should have it as to where we need to go. There's a lot of, there's 12 recommendations, 11 of them are for Post, for things that we should be doing. So I would like to just take a moment to also address the other comment about incorporating others outside of law enforcement in the training, and specifically the ACLU, since it was brought up. I did not have that in my notes, but just so there is always room for improvement. I know it's somewhat of a cliche to say that, but there is always room for more inclusion. And there are some missteps that we make and obviously that others make in terms of the RIPA board. Some, aside from regular stumbles that we have made or maybe they have made, there's also some challenges in that we're under Bagley-Keene, they're under the Bagley-Keene, and the timing of when they have their board meetings and when we need information. I think we've frustrated each other at times because we tell them we need stuff by a certain time and they're not meeting, and vice versa. So that's been a challenge, but we're working through it. We've asked the RIPA board, the president and the vice, or the chair and the vice chair, to come speak at the next commission meeting, which will be in March. it seems like they're going to accept that. And we want to stick to the AB 846 psychiatric screening questions. We'll obviously allow them, they could speak to whatever they like, but that's kind of what we're hoping to focus on. But we have asked them to come. Also with the Little Hoover Commission, we've asked them to come and present their recommendations at the next meeting in March. They have tentatively accepted to do that. We're not positive yet. It will probably be their vice chair or perhaps their chair, but it looks like they're leaning towards their vice chair because she's in Southern California. The next meeting's in San Diego. Then the last, I guess I'm going back and forth a little bit with the public comment. Just in terms of use of force, we are redoing the use of force guidelines. This will be the third iteration. The ACLU was part of the creation of the use of force guidelines. We included the individual who was the sponsor of AB 392 in those use of force guidelines. He was there for the meetings. He was present for the meetings. So we did include him on that. As you all know, the commission approved, I believe in February of this, I'm losing track of my dates. I think it was February, a new perishable skills requirement that we recommended in terms of use of force training. We created an outline on use of force specific to SB 230 and AB 392 that agencies could adopt. It's a standardized outline for PSPs. That was reviewed by the ACLU. They sent us, I believe, 5 recommendations in written form. We adopted 4 of those recommendations, and they were with us, at least in that regard, I believe, the entire way. Obviously, we can include more community input. We get a better product when we have people from the outside helping us. But I do want to let you know that we are committed to having that inclusion. There are missteps. There's no question, and we've made some missteps, but we'll keep forging ahead. And then lastly, I would also like to recognize Scott Loggins. I know he's here somewhere. Hopefully he hasn't left yet. But I want to thank Scott. I thanked him earlier today, but Scott's retiring December 23rd. And he's been at Post, I think it'll be 10 years in December. But Scott, when I first started in 2016, Scott came over in 2017. It's just been invaluable to have Scott there, somebody who has knowledge and is very level-headed and is a very detail-oriented person. He's just been a tremendous asset and a value. So I just want to thank you as well, Scott, for all that you've done for the state in terms of Post and obviously for your law enforcement career with Sac County. Thank you for what you've done. That concludes my remarks, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Manny. Many heavy lifts completed and more to come. I really appreciate that. And Scott, we don't want to turn this into Queen for a day of people getting upset about you leaving, but as the chair, you've been here for me and for the commissioners, and on behalf of myself, my heart, and the commissioners, we are really going to miss you. You've done a superb job. Okay. Our first item is the approval of the action summary and meeting minutes from the September 1st, 2021 and September 29th, 2021 commission meetings. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the September 1, 2021 meeting?
Louis, motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Ron?
Thank you. And any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Questions? No, that motion passes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the September 29th, 2021 meeting? Need another motion?
Motion, Ron.
Thank you. Second?
Louis.
Questions, comments? Anyone opposed? All in favor? Thank you. Let's see, now the consent items. We will be having presentations on consent items number 5 through 9. Please let me know if you'd like to have presentations on any of the other consent items. Now would be a good time to let me know if there are any other consent items you'd like to hear about. Seeing no response, we'll proceed with number 5. If you change your mind, please let me know. At this time, I will call upon Bureau Chief Roseanne Rochelle, Learning Technology Resource Bureau to provide us with a report on the advanced distance learning programs. Welcome, Roseanne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I also have with me Bureau, my name is Roseanne Ritchell. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Learning Technology Resources Bureau here at Post. I have with me Bureau Chief Drew Wyatt from the Management Consulting and Project Bureau. We kind of tag team this advanced distance learning program when we received the money. So to give a little, before I go in depth kind of into this convoluted process, I want to give just a little bit of background on our distance learning program and how we got to where we are today. So in fiscal year 2021, Post received a reappropriation of $10 million from the 2018 Budget Act. And this was right at the time COVID kicked off in about March of 2020. We were given a very short, and I say short time frame, to turn around ideas of how we would create distance learning opportunities for the field with that $10 million. So within the $10 million that we were reappropriated back to us, we came up with 3 different ideas, one within Drew's bureau and 2 within my bureau. So the first one, we wanted to create a distance learning grant program, which Drew will talk about if you have any questions. And in my bureau, we wanted to increase the functionality of Post Learning Portal, which is where you get the self-paced courses, the videos, training programs, and also simulators. And then to upgrade the previously produced and developed distance learning courses. So we had 9 courses that we wanted to convert and make them more, basically update the content within those. So in the distance learning grant program, we allocated $5 million. And in my bureau, we had $3 million that we went towards the learning management system, which was to, again, enhance and upgrade the learning portal. But as a part of that, we also needed to create an online or an instructor-led online platform so that now during that time frame, we weren't able to teach face-to-face. So we needed to develop some sort of online platform where we can have instructors develop their courses and then teach in that online platform. We're still in the process of developing that. And then lastly, again, was the conversion, $2 million for the conversion of 9 different courses. So as we stand today, and again, I'll let Drew talk about the grants. With regards to the learning management system, what had happened was as we allocated $1.6 million to develop the instructor-led online courses, we discovered, or we were tasked with, from the California Department of Technology and Department of General Services, a new task, which basically said we had to go through a 4-stage process to make sure that the vendor that we were using currently for the learning management system was efficient and effective and appropriate. That 4-stage process, we are only in stage 2 that we just went through. It has taken a long time. It is very arduous. We've had to go back and forth. We had a loss of one of our employees, Lori Kabag, a couple of weeks ago. She was spearheading that with another employee within my bureau. So we've had a couple of setbacks there. What we also had to do is when we came up with these 3 different opportunities with the $10 million is we did not know what the information of bid would be. So if we said we wanted to convert 9 courses, we had to basically say, okay, to build out a new online self-paced course, it costs us anywhere from $200,000 to $250,000. And that is basically whether we're upgrading or enhancing it, we basically start from scratch to get that. So with the 9 courses, that's what led us up to the $2 million. And again, we hadn't even gone out to bid, so we did not know what the bid would come back at. So we just projected that. With regards to the learning management system, we had to take into consideration and forecast that after this process that the California Department of Technology imparted on us, is if we needed to change our new learning management system host right now, then we would need money to upstand a new learning management system. And in the process of upstanding the new learning management system, we would have to keep the old system and the old vendor for a year so we can transition all of the source coding and all of the information on one learning management system to another learning management system. Again, I apologize. This has taken me 18 months to try to figure it out. So it's kind of convoluted. So we took the $3 million that was towards the learning management system. We used, again, 1.6 to develop the online instructor online. And with that left us with $1.3 million that we wanted to be able to save because we knew at some point we were going to have to either transition or upgrade our learning management system. So we were trying to hold on to that. Our point was to hold on to that money so we didn't have to take money from the other general budget or anywhere else within post. And so fast forward to today, the information that we're providing you is that through the distance learning grant program, during the learning management system program, and also during the distance learning course upgrades, we have $3.1 million, pretty close to $3.2 million that we would like to take from all three buckets and move it over just to the learning management system, because we're going to need at least that to upgrade our learning management system right now. So I'll stop there for a minute if anybody has any questions or wants to ask anything about the grants that came out of Drew's shop.
Commissioner Long, you look like you might have a comment or question. You're
We
good.
heard this at some length this morning, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
So I do want to speak to one point earlier. During the finance committee, Commissioner Long had asked a point about a discrepancy. We came up with close to 3.2 million and you had it about 2.8 million. What we determined is you probably did not have all the information, which was some of the grants that fell under Drew's shop. Some of those people backed out of the grants at the last minute, which provided the difference between what you had in numbers and what we provided you in numbers. So I wanted to just bring that to your attention that we looked at that. So really, that's all we have right now. We did get approval from the Department of Finance to move the monies from one program to another program. So we have our approval there. But this, again, is just more for information so that we could move that money over into this pot so we could continue to work on upgrading our learning management system.
Thank you. Drew?
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Do you want to take your mask down when you speak? Thank you.
My apologies. Yeah, so the distance learning grant program, just for the new commissioners to familiarize you with that, it's governmental entities and nonprofit law enforcement educational institutions to include community college and universities and Cal State University system and university. The UC systems are eligible to submit applications for this. The training and workshops must address in one of the 5 programs, use of force and de-escalation is 1, implicit bias and racial profiling 2, community policing 3, cultural diversity is 4, and then organizational wellness is 5. We ended up having 21 initial grantees. Of the $5 million, we actually awarded 4.2, which left us about $717,000 and some change left over, which we hope to move over. We had 3 grantees actually withdrew from the program due to the pandemic. And 1 actually completed and left some money left over. And so, which was ended up being about $362,000, which the total there, we had about $1,079,634 left over, which we hope to move over to the learning management system. So that's just kind of a brief overview of what we did there. That's all I have.
Any questions for Drew? As chair of our finance committee, Commissioner Long, are you satisfied?
Yeah, we had a long conversation about that this morning and
Okay.
they walked us through.
Perhaps when you give your report, you might want to share some or any of that. Oh my God, talk about heavy lifts. None of us saw this coming, and we're so appreciative of the work both of you have done in this area. Any other comments or questions from the other commissioners? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have to get all your money.
Okay, at this time I'll call upon law enforcement consultant David Honda, Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau, to provide us with a report on distracting blows.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Dudley, commission members, my fellow post colleagues, and members of the public. My name is David Honda. I'm a law enforcement consultant in the Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau. So first, let me do a recap of this whole distraction blow report to help refresh your memories, but also to add some context to the original request and also for the new commission members. So at the February commission meeting, a member of the advisory committee requested Post to research the term, or what has become known as distraction strikes or distraction blows. The request was generated from the chief of police from the city of Santa Cruz. And it was, his concern was over the litigation surrounding an incident involving several of his officers. So that incident focused on a subject who was actively resisting arrest, but was not assaultive or combative in nature. And this incident led to the use of multiple, what they call distraction strikes, to take this person into custody. And the request was centered around the concern that distraction strikes were possibly being taught in the basic academy or in-service training as an alternative, or had morphed into a different connotation of what use of force really is. So in turn, that possibly is being interpreted by officers as a justification for using additional force that may not necessarily be needed in a certain circumstance. And then it also wanted to address the possibility of officers not properly documenting use of force because it was a distraction strike as opposed to a regular use of force. So going back to the June commission meeting, Post staff did do an initial report on their findings. And then today, what I'm going to do is summarize everything that we've done at Post up until this day to finalize this report. So Post, they reviewed all the relevant courses in the basic training curriculum and reviewed presenter courses in EDI, potentially referencing distraction strikes for in-service training. Staff also visited the Santa Cruz Police Department and were briefed on the incident in question by the chief of police and the supervisor in charge of their internal affairs unit. Post staff also reviewed the body-worn camera footage. And in addition to that, we also reached out to numerous subject matter experts in the area in Northern and Southern California, which included attorneys, use of force experts, law enforcement training managers, police administrators, and academy instructors who instruct Learning Domain 33, which is arrest and control, and Learning Domain 20, which is its use of force. So subsequently, there are no references to some distraction strikes in the basic course curriculum. And for in-service training, we reviewed 458 courses. The word distraction was referenced in 100 outlines. Only 8 of those, however, use the word explicitly referencing distraction strikes, and 29 outlines reference the term distraction technique, but did not discern the term in reference to either force or the application of another form of distraction. So distraction strikes are not taught in the Post-based curriculum, but what is emphasized from the beginning of Learning Domain 33 and throughout the basic course is the importance of understanding legally justified use of force, arrest and control principles, the need for regular and ongoing training throughout an officer's career, and how all of these are equally necessary to arrest an uncooperative or combative person under a dangerous situation as safely as possible. So in conclusion, the consensus from all the subject matter experts is really there's no difference between a distraction strike and any other strike. Any strike, regardless of what the intent was, is a use of force and should be treated as such. Any strike is a use of force and must be applied in accordance with state law and properly documented. And the terminology around distraction strikes should not be defined separately, as it would only create confusion and potential misinterpretation by line staff. So to avoid any further possible misinterpretations, Post staff have removed terminology or references to distraction strikes or techniques from presenter course outlines and are ensuring that there are no references to such in new or modified course outlines. So ultimately, it's up to the individual law enforcement agencies to ensure that their training is in compliance with post standards and that their policies adhere to state law. And that concludes my report. So I'll open up to questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Such a thorough report, no questions. Up, we have a question.
That's right. It's hard to see with the mask, right?
Very
If
hard.
you rip your mask off, it's easier. I don't really have a question. But I am kind of proud of what just happened because this is the way the system's supposed to work. The chief has a question, works it through the advisory board brings it here, and post staff just didn't say yes or no.
Mhm.
You went on site, worked with the agency, identified potential issues with other agencies, and then remedied it. So kudos to staff and kudos to the agency that did it. I hope that kind of the resources that we have here, that gets to Cal chiefs and Cal sheriffs. If you have a question, even before you get to litigation, feel free to push it through either through a commission member, an advisory board member, or to the executive director. Because we do more than just check boxes. I'm really proud of how this was handled. And kudos to the chief in Santa Cruz for bringing it to the attention, saying, hey, I need somebody to look at this. I need a little bit of help. So thank you for all that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brazil, and I agree. From the beginning to the very end, I thought your report was very succinct, clear, and really we now understand the issue. We can move forward. Thank you. Okay, I'm trying to be sensitive to the not court reporter, but stenographer. And so we are going to now take a break and start back up again at 2:45. For planning purposes, I think you should count on being here until at least 5 so that we don't have to come back tomorrow. So 7.5 to 8 minutes break. Okay, waiting for Tina, and there she comes. Thanks, everyone. Resuming. And at this time, I will call upon law enforcement consultant Raymond Nonadiego, a basic training bureau, to provide us with a report on the basic course basic core curriculum regarding the history of policing. Looking forward to this. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Nana-Diego, law enforcement consultant for the Basic Training Bureau. To my left is Bureau Chief Jim Grotko. And this report is to update the commission on the progress of enhancing the curriculum regarding the history of policing in the United States in the basic courses. So just a brief recap for our new commissioners. During the June 2021 commission meeting, the commission discussed the importance of providing academy students with a history of policing in the United States in order to better understand and appreciate contemporary issues. Post staff provided a report on the current curriculum in the basic courses regarding the history of policing at the September 2021 commission meeting, and the commission discussed the potential of creating standardized curriculum on the subject. Post staff conducted a review of the current curriculum that is required in the basic courses and solicited information from presenters for the report. Since then, post staff convened a workshop in collaboration with a diverse group of subject matter experts in November 2021 to review and evaluate the curriculum in the basic courses on the history of policing. The workshop was hosted by the Museum of Tolerance and included representatives from the Museum of Tolerance, the Center for Criminal Justice Research and Training at Cal State Long Beach, college educators, and academy instructors. We thank them for their participation and assistance. So based on the discussion with the subject matter experts, it was determined that Learning Domain 3, Principled Policing in the Community, was the appropriate place to expand the content on the history of policing. Framing the expanded content within Learning Domain 3 in terms of historical time periods or eras in the United States rather than only historical events would provide examples of diverse experiences that positively or negatively affected the relationship between law enforcement and various communities. Post staff is continuing to assess the suggested methodologies and instructor development ideas to determine their viability for statewide application and consistency within the basic course curriculum. This includes an instructor-led video with vignettes and additional resources on the Principled Policing Network. The Principled Policing Instructor Network. We plan on holding a workshop in early 2022 and anticipate that we will have updates to the curriculum at a future commission meeting. This concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Anything further on that? Okay, commissioners, comments, questions? I have a question. Right now, how much time do you think you'll be adding to the present curriculum in order to increase people's knowledge about the history of law enforcement?
At this time, we're still determining the contents and the minutia of those particular eras. So in regards to a specific time frame that we would be adding, it's difficult to provide an exact number at this time. But at the next workshop that we have, that's when we'll do a deeper dive into specific events, eras, just so that we can properly expand on the experiences in those time periods.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Nieto, I do have a quick question. You talked about that during the workshop. You had MOT, CS Long Beach, and some college professors. Did you reach out to any groups like the ACLU when looking at the history of policing?
We didn't invite the folks from the ACLU at that workshop. We kept it to looking at just reviewing the curriculum and trying to determine what we already have and how we can expand on that. So in this upcoming workshop in the spring, we're going to do a deeper dive a little bit more and see where we can expand, what we should add, how we would do that. With the nuances for basic curriculum, it's a little bit challenging to navigate. So we want to make sure that we're doing a good job on that.
I'm pleased with the direction that they're taking, and I'm also pleased that the Museum of Tolerance is involved. I think that's a credible source that has a lot of resources and a lot of history. So, my compliments.
Sorry. At this time, I will call upon Assistant Executive Director Maria Sandoval, Executive Office, and Bureau Chief Jackie Nelson for SB2 Transition Team, Bureau Chief Colin O'Keefe, Computer Services, to provide us a report on Senate Bill 2 Commission regulations. And here we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for this time, and commissioners. What I want to do first, though, is give a general overview for the audience. And so therefore, I apologize for some of the redundancy that you have already read in your agenda item. Senate Bill 2, or SB 2, was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom on September 30th, 2021. The legislation was widely viewed as a state of California's single biggest police reform bill. This law change will become effective on January 1st, 2023. SB 2 primarily requires a Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, or POST, to establish a Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division within the Commission to review serious misconduct investigations conducted by law enforcement agencies, conduct follow-up investigations if necessary, and make findings on matters that may lead to grounds for suspension or revocation of an individual peace officer certification. SB 2 requires the creation of a 9-member Peace Officer Standards Accountability Board. Additionally, this bill requires California law enforcement agencies to provide POST with serious misconduct data from January 1st, 2020 forward. POST will also be required to issue a proof of eligibility certificate to individuals who qualify for peace officer prior to appointment. This proof of eligibility certification will be subject to suspension and revocation. To effectively execute the mandates in SB 2, the transition of data must be electronic. POST will require the development of an electronic platform to securely collect and transmit data between law enforcement agencies and POST. Additional staffing will be required to process, review, and investigate serious misconduct information. Serious misconduct information, which may be contested by an individual subject to enforcement action, will be reviewed by the Standards Accountability Advisory Board, the POST Commission, and an administrative law judge in that order. As part of the preparation and implementation of SB 2, POST staff has held one-on-one consultations with agencies responsible for peace officer certification programs in the following states: Arizona, Massachusetts, New York, Nevada, Oregon, Tennessee, Utah, and Washington. While many of these states have some form of certification, revocation, or licensing components, no other state entity has a robust requirements placed upon POST by SB 2. It is important to note that California has the greatest number of peace officers in the nation. Approximately 90,000 police officers will fall under the provisions in SB 2. It should be noted that SB 2 also requires non-POST participating entities, 52 within California, the same reporting demands for potential certification revocation. In anticipation of the January 1st, 2023 commencement date of SB 2, the following milestones have been created. As of November 1st, 2021, POST has redirected 5 full-time staff members to solely work on SB 2 issues. Bureau Chief Jackie Nelson will be the designated project manager and working with 3 law enforcement consultants, 1 staff services manager, and 1 analyst. POST is looking into temporary options to increase the number of staffing to ensure successful implementation of this bill. POST will be holding a workshop in January 2022 to develop a pre-employment list as well as a decertification list. Those outcomes, along with newly proposed regulations surrounding SB 2 topics, will be presented to you, the full commission, at a special commission meeting on April 27th and 28th, 2022. POST will attempt to have a process in place for the issuance of proof of eligibility certificates by July 1st, 2022. Although an extremely aggressive timeline, POST will attempt to have in place an electronic platform for the collection, transmission, and storage of data by January 1st, 2023. Finally, POST will implement the requirements of SB 2 on January 1st, 2023. Again, that was just an overview of SB2 requirements and timelines, and I would like to turn it over to Bureau Chief Jackie Nelson, who is the project manager, and then to Bureau Chief Colin O'Keefe, who will provide you with an overview of the IT component. Jackie? Absolutely. Here you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize in advance for anyone who had to sit through this once already this morning, so bear with us as we go through it again. So as Maria said, my name is Jackie Nelson. I'm the Bureau Chief leading the SB2 transition team. As just discussed, SB2 is expansive and has many moving parts. The new law establishes a requirement that peace officers be certified by post, and it also allows a mechanism to revoke or suspend that certification due to serious misconduct. I'm going to give you an overview of the scope of SB2 as it pertains to the responsibilities of post. This process will be highly dependent on the acquisition of IT solutions, which Bureau Chief Colin O'Keefe will go into more detail with you after I complete my overview. Since this is the first time hearing about SB2 in this setting, we realize that there are probably a lot of questions you may have of us, and we'll be happy to answer those at the conclusion of our presentation today. So as you can see, we have on the screen, we've prepared a visual aid, if you will, to take us through the life cycle of SB2. So SB2 has two really significant components, and just to very summarize it in a very high level overview is there's a pre-hire, a hiring standard, and then there's a decertification revocation standard on the back half. So starting with pre-hire, which you see highlighted on the screen. Excuse me, we're going to start with that area there. So, and just as a point of reference, before I move into the further comments, everything that we talk about today has a implementation date of January 1st of 2022, unless specifically identified otherwise, which will be, I will point out as we go through the presentation today. So effective January 1, 2022, SB2 provides new hiring and selection standards for newly appointed officers, which I will discuss further as we go on. These standards also apply to laterals, reserves, reappointments, out-of-state applicants, and requalifications. Next slide, please. Thank you. So post role historically has always been to ensure agencies comply with the hiring selection standards set both by the commission and the legislature. This will not change with SB2. As a result, there are additional disqualifiers of peace officers, peace officer employment, which post will need to confirm as part of the agency compliance as we move forward. The following are new disqualifiers for newly appointed peace officers effective January 1, 2022, so 1 month away. Any person who has been discharged from the military for committing an offense, which would have been a felony if committed in the state of California. A person who has been convicted of a felony crime shall not regain eligibility for peace officer employment based on the court setting aside, vacating, withdrawing, expunging, or otherwise dismissing or reversing a conviction. Any person who has been convicted of an administrative, military, or civil judicial process. Any person who has previously had their certification revoked by post, has voluntarily surrendered their certification, or has been denied issuance of a certification. And lastly, any person who is in the National Decertification Index for misconduct. In addition to the disqualifiers, AB 89 added one additional hiring standard, which is effective January 1, 2022. A peace officer must be 21 years of age at the time of appointment. Next slide, please. So SB2 mandates that post create a program to issue a proof of eligibility, or what we're calling a POE, to all peace officers who do not already have a basic certificate at the time that they're appointed. And the intent of this is to ensure that all peace officers have a form of certification so that if action is needed to be taken against them, that we're able to do so if necessary. So this is kind of a tricky component here. So beginning January 1 of 2022, 1 month from now, the commission shall issue a POE to any peace officer who is not yet eligible for a basic certificate. So what does that mean? That means that people who are currently employed but aren't eligible to receive their basic as of this time, we will have to issue them a proof of eligibility so that they do have a form of certification with post. And roughly to give you an idea of what we're looking at, we currently have approximately 4,400 full-time officers who fall into this category, in addition to over 2,000 reserves who will need a proof of eligibility. Starting January 1 of 2023, a year later, any agency appointing an individual who does not already have a basic certificate shall make application for proof of eligibility within 10 days of appointment. So post will require the agency to submit an attestation stating the appointee meets all the requirements under SB 2. Post is working toward a platform to electronically review background material before issuing the POE. Once Post confirms the appointees have met the minimum standards, a POE will then be issued. And the POE will be specific to an agency and not transferable from one agency to the next. So for example, if an officer is employed and has a POE from one agency but is not yet eligible for a basic, if they transfer to another agency, a new POE will be required for that officer. Next slide, please. So as you can see, that's the front half, the hiring standards and employee officers in their career. And now we're going to move on to the event when an incident could take place. So if a qualifying incident occurs during a peace officer's career, SB 2 kicks in. SB 2 has authorized the revocation and suspension of peace officer certification if the person is or has become ineligible to hold office pursuant to government code, or if the person has engaged in misconduct while employed as a peace officer. By January 1, 2023, this commission, this body here, shall adopt by regulation a definition of serious misconduct. The definition shall serve as the criteria to be considered for ineligibility and shall include all of the following. This in a summarized form: dishonesty, abuse of power, physical abuse, sexual assault, demonstrating bias, egregious or repeated violations of law, participation in a law enforcement gang, failure to cooperate with an investigation into potential police misconduct, and failure to intercede with unreasonable force. Next slide, please. So no later than January 1 of 2023, SB 2 creates the Standards Accountability Division within Post, which we are calling SAD. And it is in legislation. Don't hate us for that. Thank you. So the primary responsibility of the division shall be to review investigations conducted by law enforcement agencies and to conduct additional investigations as necessary into serious misconduct that may provide grounds for suspension or revocation of a peace officer's certification. The division will also present findings and recommendations to the board and to the commission. It should be made clear, though, that the division shall only have authority to review, investigate, pardon me, let me start that again. We will only have the authority to review and investigate allegations for purposes of decertification. And investigations can come to Post through a variety of different avenues. First and foremost is Post will be responsible to accept complaints from members of the public. Agencies must report all allegations that could result in revocation to Post within 10 days. The board, which I'll talk about a little bit here shortly, may request the division review an investigative file or recommend that the commission direct the division to investigate. The commission may direct the division to review an investigative file or investigate a peace officer. And lastly, the division may investigate without the request of the commission or board. So SB 2 has many specific requirements for this portion of Post role, and just some of these requirements as a highlight are: there is a notification criteria for both the subject officer, the employing agency, and the district attorneys of record at various times throughout the investigation. We have a mandatory records retention for investigations, which is 30 years. The ability to voluntarily surrender a certification, which then cannot be reactivated at any time. When a peace officer is notified that Post will be moving toward a suspension or revocation of their certification, they will have 30 days to request a review If the request for review is not made, that certification shall be suspended or revoked without any further proceedings. Furthermore, this is a kind of an important point that, but by July 1 of 2023, any agency employing a peace officer shall report to the commission any event that occurred between January 1, 2020 and January 1, 2023, which become reportable pursuant to SB2. So what that means is there's a 3-year retro component for review of possible action against certification. So agencies are required to go back 3 years and review if there's any SB2 requirements that would require reporting to us. The transition team is working on all of these components, including a case management and reporting system, internal processes and policies, legal review, and many more aspects of implementing this portion of SB2. Next slide, please. So the governor, effective January 1, 2023, is establishing the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. This board will contain 9 members to be appointed as described by law, which are mostly governor appointees and some legislative appointees. The board will be the first level of review, and their purpose shall be to make recommendations on the decertification to the commission. All members of the board shall complete a 40-hour decertification training course developed by Post, and we are currently in the process of establishing that training at this point. The board must meet no fewer than 4 times per year and must do so in a public meeting. Next slide, please. Thank you. Marie's a good assistant.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the Post Commission then shall review all of the recommendations made by the board. If the commission's decision is to in fact adopt the recommendations made by the advisory board, a 2/3 vote will be required by this body that serious misconduct in fact did take place. Once the commission returns any determination requiring action to be taken against this individual's certification, it will come back to the division, who will then initiate formal proceedings before an administrative law judge. And lastly, as I talked at the very beginning, that this covers the whole life cycle of an officer's career. The last component of SB2 requires agencies to submit an affidavit of separation describing the reason for separation and shall include whether the separation is part of any settlement of any criminal, civil, or administrative charge. And the affidavit shall be signed under penalty of perjury. And that will apply to any reason for separation, be retirement, misconduct, anything that will apply to. And lastly, because of all the multiple moving parts of SB2, we Post will anticipate that there will be a significant amount of regulation changes that will have to be brought before this body through changes, additions, modifications. And so as AED Sandoval just said, that we will likely be asking for this special session to hear these regulatory changes all in one setting. So, and at this time, I will be happy to turn this over to Bureau Chief Colin O'Keefe for further comments, and then we'll take questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Colin O'Keefe. I'm the Bureau Chief for Computer Services here at Post. So I just want to give a very brief overview on how we intend to approach this, this bill with technological solutions. Every business process within SB2 is backed up to some degree by an IT system. In discussing the bill's breadth and scope with Post SB2 work groups, it's apparent there's no one system that will accommodate all of SB2's mandates. Implementation timeline is also short, with the majority of IT functionality needing to be online by January 1st of 2023. In addition to the typical hurdles of any project, which includes gathering requirements, evaluating products, programming systems using internal resources, et cetera, there are budgetary and state control agency oversight factors that will impact this project. Requested funding aligns with the budget cycle and will become available around July 1st, 2022, leaving about 6 months to procure and implement any vendor-provided system. Additional staff positions, both technical and law enforcement related, will also become available at that time. Hosting hiring and onboarding new staff will cut into that 6-month period. Department of General Services and California Department of Technology have significant oversight functions in any IT procurement of this size. And that oversight generates additional tasks and analyses that must be performed by Post before implementing any system. So with that overview, I'll get into our strategy for how we're going to approach this. Those factors in mind, we're taking a two-pronged approach on the information technology side. We clearly need to run several development projects and outside procurement in parallel to meet SB2's aggressive timeline. The two approaches to this work are, number one, leveraging existing internal processes and systems, mainly EDI, that are already in operation, modifying and enhancing them where necessary to accommodate SB2. This will allow current computer services programming staff to tackle specific bill requirements that affect our already in place working groups and systems. And our second approach is to procure an outside vendor provided case management system, as Jackie mentioned. And that will handle SB2's new business mandates for agency reporting and investigation of misconduct, as well as post-investigation oversight of agencies. So to explain these two approaches a bit more briefly, going back to leveraging internal systems, SB2's requirements involving appointments, terminations, and proof of eligibility. The appointment process in EDI will be modified to comply with the requirement for attestations and proof of eligibility. Attestations will be incorporated into the EDI appointment process for each new appointment to a law enforcement agency. Attestations will be reviewed by the post certificates unit staff to issue the mandated POE or proof of eligibility to non-basic certificate holders. Upon POE approval by certificate staff, appointments will be made active in EDI. Post-technical staff is also modifying the in-place certificate review and issuance programs to allow issuance, suspension, and revocation of the proof of eligibility and basic certificates. The notice of termination will be modified as well to allow upload of a signed affidavit of separation, to collect and store additional reasons for termination, and to collect the individual's last contact information, including email address, phone, etc. And just as an aside, SB2 also requires publication or making publicly available some information. And we do plan to support that probably with the existing open data website that we've run for several years. And that is a website that currently allows searches on course materials in compliance with a previous Senate Bill 978. And a word about the second part of the approach, external technology. This will be a new system acquisition in support of misconduct records and investigations, which are brand new SB2 business requirements. Law enforcement program staff and IT staff within Post have evaluated a wide range of case management and internal affairs applications, as well as visited several out-of-state Post agencies to see their processes. Seeking a system that accommodates several processes, including agency reporting to Post of allegations that could lead to a law enforcement officer's suspension or decertification, receiving materials related to investigation, disposition of investigation, internal routing to Post staff for oversight, follow-up, and finally analytics functions, which means extracting and publishing reports necessary to the accountability board, commission, legal staff, and others. And in the longer term, we hope to procure a system that also will support integration of background checks. So in summary, a very real concern for Post on the IT side is the procurement process and the length of time to put this platform in place. We've been quoted by vendors approximately 1 year from July, which could provide a challenge for Post. SB2 mandates, as well as the required timelines, present challenges also for staffing, procurement, and internal modification of IT systems. However, once we do have these in place, we believe this technology approach puts Post in a position to handle the anticipated increased communication, oversight, and data retention required by SB2. And that concludes my report.
This is a lot to take in and a lot to consider. I've now sat through this twice and I'm still learning more information and I keep thinking more questions. And a certain amount of anxiety because the expectation is very high. And what we're about to embark upon is critically important. So questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Yule.
For clarification, I guess, if an individual is suspended or goes through the certification and they go through an appeal, does this body hear it on paper review, or is this a full-blown, a full-blown hearing?
So we are not investigators and we will not become investigators. So that will never be our role. And would you like to respond to that, Maria? Because you and I have discussed this many times.
I want to, yes. So Commissioner Yule, yes. So this board will hear a presentation on each investigation that is brought before you for recommendation on decertification. It will not be a evidentiary hearing per se. That will be before the administrative law judge at the final conclusion, but you will hear all of the details of the investigation that will lead you to make a decision on whether or not it'll be recommend decertification or not. I'm sorry, I'm talking too fast. So yes, you will have enough information as presented to you on each specific case we bring before you.
I think what Commissioner Yule is seeking is what kind of information, what quality of information, where will the information be coming from for us to make such an auspicious decision?
So we will be doing as part of SB2, and the intent of this is that the agencies will be doing the investigations themselves, the employing agency, the law enforcement personnel. Post will then do a review of that. And if additional information or investigation is needed, we will then either do it ourselves or we will send it back to the agency for further information. All of that information will be relayed to us, which will in fact be relayed to you all as part of the review process. So you will see the investigation in summary, the entire case file at that point. After it goes to the advisory board, correct?
And if I may add, Madam Chair, so some states do it in varying ways. Some allow testimony, some do not allow testimony, and it's all paper driven, so to speak, that you read the reports, you see the evidence, whatever that may be, whether it's body cam footage or police reports. That remains to be defined. I believe we have to define that in regulation as to how that information will be presented to you all, whether testimony is allowed, testimony is not allowed and such. That's part of the work in process.
Madam Chair, just last question. As someone who had to live through a records retention nightmare in San Diego, how did 30 years come about as a retention of records? Initially, with hopes there'll be fewer people that you'll have to track, but over time, it's going to require a great deal of storage.
I think the intent of the 30 years was an average individual's career. So they wanted us to hold on to the records so they weren't purged after, let's say, 5 years of separation from an agency. And we're looking to store those electronically, because if we had to house that amount of records in-house, we would need a couple buildings to do that. So that's where I believe the 30-year came from. But it's an arbitrary number from what we understand.
And going back to Commissioner Yule's first comment, I think what this commission will expect is that if we have any questions or we're seeking further investigation on any decisions that we need to make, that those will in fact be sent back to an agency in order to explore any of the issues that we have. I think before we make a decision, before we make a decision, we're going to want all the information that we want in order to make that decision. So I guess I'm looking for some assurance, because nobody here wants to be a rubber stamp, and I know that's not what you're asking. Please go on.
And so it goes to the agencies do the investigation, it comes to Post. Post reviews the investigation to make sure that it meets certain standards.
That's Post staff. If you just separate out staff and
Post
commission.
staff, correct. Post staff, I apologize for that. And if we see any glaring deficiencies, we will send that back to the agency to ask for further information. At that point, it goes to the bureau chief of the AED, and then we take it to the advisory board. They sit through the hearing as well, so that's delivered to them. We're going to have attorneys in-house as well. They will be probably the ones who do the hearing with the board. After the board either agrees or disagrees with us, so that's another set of eyes.
And that's the advisory board. So now two boards.
The SAD advisory board.
Okay. Okay, with you. It's a lot.
Then it goes to the commission. So it goes through a lot of different channels to have a lot of different eyes on it and reviews. It doesn't just come from the agency saying this needs to be certified and we just send it to you.
Okay.
We're trying to take the guesswork out for you completely. But then again, you do have the option to say, we don't believe this meets the threshold.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
if I-
please. And Toby would like to add to this.
Madam Chair, if I may, the
Please.
language in the bill is very, very specific that the primary responsibility of conducting investigations, as Maria has stated, falls to those agencies to conduct those investigations. Our job is to review, but the language in the bill says we can investigate if necessary. Now, those protocols also have to be defined, probably in regulation, as to what procedures we take if we have to go back to an agency or if we have to conduct some form of investigation. I think that should hopefully be codified or documented somewhere so we follow those procedures. But as Maria stated, the primary responsibility is with those agencies.
So in the follow-up of the investigations, would you expect to have post staff do the investigations, or would you expect that we would hire somebody, or any thoughts about that?
So that was some language that we asked be included in the bill based on what we saw in other states.
Right.
Specifically in Washington State. And we addressed that with the sponsors of the bill, the authors, and some of the different associations and groups. Our goal is to push it back to the agency. The concern is if there is something that is required that they cannot provide us for whatever reason, or they're unwilling to provide us, that we have the ability to go out and do that. Another state in Washington, my understanding is they had to make a formal request to that department. And if the department said, hey, we don't have the resources, we're not doing it, then it ends there. That gives us the ability to conduct an investigation if necessary, or perhaps it's simply getting a certified copy of a document that's needed because we know the ALJ is going to require that. A lot of internal affairs investigations are done by outside investigators, not from a department. And you could see where we could ask for certain things to be done and a small department says, well, we hire that out.
Right.
That's going to cost us $3,000. We don't have the resource to do it, or we're not going to do it. Or we're forced to have to call a private investigator to get that information. And that additional investigation, the private investigator says, you got to pay me $3,000. So that wiggle room is in there, but our goal is really to have thorough, in-depth investigations and follow-up if we need it being done by the agencies. It is by the departments. It's very clear that's what the departments want. We want, and that's what we want. So if we have to, then it would be us, but we're hoping that it would not be as often as one would think might happen, I guess. But the hope is that they give us the information in thorough fashion, and that's clear that that's what they want to do.
And
Madam
did you
Chair.
say you visited Arizona's program? What state did you mention?
Arizona was one of them. I believe Washington State is the one that added that specific language to give them a little bit of wiggle room if necessary.
And did they tell you how often they still had questions once they had the agency's report?
I don't believe so.
Madam Chair, one thing that we are very cognizant of is we don't want to send our quote unquote investigators to an area to investigate. We have no sworn peace officer powers.
Right.
We would like to, if necessary, assist.
Right.
At the most, we don't want to get into the investigative side of the house. I don't think that's within our purview here with Post. We will assist if necessary, but I can't imagine sending our law enforcement consultants out to the field to do an investigation and knock on doors.
I understand, and I agree. Thank you. Other questions or comments? Yes, please, Commissioner.
The SAD investigators. I think you need a new acronym, but are those going to be, are they going to be, prior law enforcement type folks? Because I think that because you're investigating the types of things that we all do, you have to have a good background in that. And I think that a certain amount of thoughtfulness needs to be done at the very beginning, because we're talking about ending someone's career and they could possibly be even moving on to some type of criminal charge as well. So I take it incredibly serious, because when that recommendation comes, I certainly don't want to see it on a consent. I want to know exactly what happened and why, and be able to look at it, because I'm going to terminate someone's livelihood and possibly be a catalyst for something worse for them to happen. So I think what's happening is we have to really put a lot of thought in it. I know you guys are, but I want to make sure that the right folks are looking at these things, and that when it comes to the commission, that we have full information so that we can make the best decision possible.
I agree,
Thank you.
Commissioner Barcelona. And just for clarification, the investigators for the unit will be our law enforcement consultants. And the bill itself specifically says that each investigator within this division must have experience significant that could be lent to the position. So they have to be experienced investigators.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, just kind of following back what Commissioner Barcelona was just saying, looking at everything. So are we going to only get it the 2 weeks out prior to a meeting? Unlike the agendas? I mean, cases are pretty huge if we want to review everything.
Yeah, I'll jump in here, and I think Toby, Mr. Darden can address it, but at a minimum, it's 2 weeks, right? That'll all be Bagley-Keene information that has to be pushed out to the public. I mean, we can try to work on timelines to try to put the stuff out sooner, I guess. I mean, I guess if we were going to have a meeting in March and we get the information, it's ready to go in February, we push that to the June meeting, so to speak, so that we're a little bit behind. It gives you a little bit more time to review the information, but we do believe that the information that will come to you and that will come to that advisory board will be a lot of information for you to review. There's no question. So we know it's going to take significant time. So that's a possibility that we can put it forward and then give you extended time to review it.
Well, and if I may, Manny, so it's a very good point, because even one of these matters can contain significant amount of documentation, but we may have multiple matters that we'll have to consider. We may not be able to get away with 3 or 4 meetings a year. We may have to have more meetings of the full commission. And I think it is important that we try to build the timeline in so that you can do a good review. One of the things I want to say, I won't take too much time, but if you don't mind just building on what everybody else has said, I want to make it clear the way the bill is structured. It's a very detailed and convoluted and long bill, but if you break it up into little pieces, it's easier to understand. And so basically the division will review these investigations and or conduct their own investigations to determine if they believe action against an officer's certification is warranted. If they do, it then goes up to the advisory board. The advisory board, and this gets into what we were talking about earlier, is required to make a decision, and this is an interesting language in the bill, by clear and convincing evidence that it's necessary to move forward with this action. That raises the question for me as to exactly what type of a hearing is contemplated in front of the board and whether or not we should build in something to make it more of an evidentiary hearing, or if it's just a paper review. I agree that it looks like it's a paper review, but that clear and convincing evidence language is just interesting. Keep in mind, though, that some of these investigations may already have had hearings that have occurred. So the agencies themselves may have gone to a board of review or a state personnel board or something along those lines. So there may already have been an investigation. In addition to all of the investigation that was done, there may already be a hearing with testimony and so forth. So all of that will be reviewed by the division. It makes a recommendation to the full commission, and then the full commission wants to go forward with it. The full commission has to approve it by a 2/3 vote. If the full commission approves it, then it goes back to the Office of Administrative Hearing for a full evidentiary hearing under the Administrative Procedure Act by an administrative law judge. So there's a lot of duplicative hearings and due process that's built into this. And I think it's just going to matter for us that we think about and try to have a very dynamic and good set of regulations that will allow this to all happen. It can all be heard, due process is heard, but without perhaps doing a whole lot of duplication of multiple evidentiary hearings, like 5 or 6 evidentiary hearings. That just doesn't make sense. So there's that. As to the review, I just wanted to mention one of the issues that we're going to face on the 30-year retention is PRA requests. You know, the legislature has scaled back, I'm sure all of you as law enforcement professionals know, with SB 1421 and now SB 16, a number of the categories of materials that have previously been inviolate as protected peace officer materials are now public information. There are still some categories of information though, which is protected and which is private. And if we get a PRA request, we'd have to try to protect. So it's going to create a number of issues along that line as well, because all of you who have looked at these investigations know that these investigations are very voluminous. There can be hundreds of files and there can be a lot of information in there, some of which may be independently producible under the PRA and some which would not be. So that's going to require a significant amount of work just to manage that. And so we're talking about, you know, what documents are going to be retained and how we're going to work through that whole process. So certainly a lot of challenges. I didn't want to take up the time, but just to let you know about all the various layers of hearing and review, and we're trying to figure that all out.
Please. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. If I may add one thing and then ask a question of Jackie in terms of how many of these we anticipate having, which is a big unknown. But obviously, if there is a notification to the individual that we are going to proceed, that we believe there is sufficient information to proceed to a revocation, then there's a notification. If that person does not appeal, then it's an administrative revocation. It doesn't go through this process. We don't know how many of those there are going to be, but that is there, and maybe that will reduce some of the numbers. But Jackie, I know we're kind of taking a wild guess. How many of these have we talked about potentially coming through? And I know it's a guess.
Before you answer that, I want you to answer the other piece of that, which is we're going back 2 years. That's an outrageous look back. 2 years, going back to 2020. So, 3. So when we begin the process, we are going to see, I assume, if it's like any other process, a surge at the beginning, and then once we're only dealing with the more recent cases, a leveling out. So if you could speak to the issue of the surge and the leveling out, and then answer the executive director's question.
So yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to throw out there that this process is still being developed by us. It's fluid. There's going to be a lot of corrections along the way. And we just ask that you guys bear with us as we work through this process. It's huge. We've only had it ourselves for less than 2 months. So having said that, as by way of comparison, we went to Arizona and watched their commission meetings and how they handled their decertification process. They have 15,000 peace officers compared to our 90,000, and they're doing roughly 250 to 300 per year. So we did do our own. And
Did you give us those numbers again? You don't want to. So it's 15,000 as compared to 90,000.
Correct.
So that's, and then it's, go ahead.
So we have done our best guesstimates, and the way we came about this is we pulled small agencies, large agencies, middle-sized agencies, north and south, just to kind of get a feel. How many cases per year do you have? How many of them would result in serious misconduct? And keep in mind that every agency currently has a different definition of serious misconduct. So they're apples to oranges in a lot of ways. They're not all even. And so we are anticipating likely with the 3-year retro and current stuff that you may see upwards of 1,000 cases come before you. Don't run, everybody, you're here.
So that's 1,000 cases per year. No,
understand,
I
you're
just
no,
guessing.
I apologize. Yeah, I think it's 1,000 cases, including the retro. And after that, it's obviously it will level out. To what degree, it's really, we don't know. We don't know.
So in looking forward, we may need to have commission meetings once a month during the surge.
Yes. And that is how Arizona and most commissions are doing it. They're doing it monthly
Okay,
to
thank you.
meet the demand.
Yes, please, Commissioner Gordon.
First of all, Manny, you lied to me.
I said it would be a little bit more work in the future.
But I have two separate questions. The first would be in terms of when we're talking about this documentation and what we see as the commission. So personally, as a chief, I review every single investigation that we have. So I know how much time I spend. And I would not, as a member of this commission, do anything less for any one that I hear on this board and put either a yes or no to it, because I take the responsibility of both just as seriously. One is just as serious as the other, whether someone retains their police officer status or peace officer status or does not. So I do think, when we talk about the amount of time, the regulations as you develop them, my expectation would be is that what we see, it's not that we don't trust what we're being given, but I just know from having a great understanding of what these investigations look like and what goes into them and what I'm looking for to make decisions, that for me personally, I'm going to want to see a lot of information for me to base that decision off of. I know we have some PRA and some other things and, the public issue in terms of what we have to provide in terms of our meetings, but in terms of the crafting of those regulations, for me personally, I would like to see a pretty robust body of evidence to review in terms of decision-making. That's just for me personally. And, the second part of that is when we're talking about time and we're talking about having to push out, for me, I also have officers that work under me and have that hanging over their head. So I think we still have to be cognizant of is that there's a process, but there's also a human being on the other side of it with families and a lot of considerations on that. And as a chief, there's also the consideration of trying to determine, I may determine within my own department that I'm going to retain them. They may have received discipline, but I've retained them and they still continue to be a police officer. But that status still remains up in the air with them knowing that they still have this process. But the same thing for me in determining where my department goes, trying to determine that process. So I just think as a commission, we have to be mindful of those things when we're looking at the regulations and how we're doing this. And although we may have 3 years within statute to complete this, I would really hope that we won't take 3 years to do this, because I do think that that's unfair, no matter regardless of the outcome. So, and then just one other point of clarification, because I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding, because I listened to it this morning and listened to it this afternoon and learned, something new even from this morning to this afternoon. But I have a question on what we're going back. So let's just give an example. If based on the way I read SB2, and maybe you can answer this as well, all the departments are going to be required to present any allegation. So let's say there's an allegation of someone made a determination on a traffic stop, and the complainant feels that it's because of race that they were stopped. And we have body cam and we do an investigation and we determine it's completely unfounded. But the way SB2 reads, we have to provide all that information to post. Are you going to have a specific investigator that works through those rapidly so that in terms of agency and in terms of us, we know, we're going to be able to vet through a lot of those quickly?
That's a very good question. And we're currently working on what we anticipate our staffing models to look like. For example, and this is just very roughly, we're anticipating maybe having one bureau be nothing but excessive force bureau who has the expertise and background to support those. We're also debating and contemplating, and again, nothing is set in stone, that we may have a unit dedicated just to the retro components to do the backlog of those. Again, it's going to be staffing dependent on what we get and how we unfold this moving forward. But it would be my anticipation as the head of this project that we will never have a case that takes 3 years to get to fruition. It's just not reasonable to do that. So how do we do that in regulation moving forward? How do we come up with these timelines? I don't know yet. It's too early to unfold all of that, but I assure you that that would be our intent. And everybody involved in this project has had significant experience in being commanders of internal affairs divisions, having chief level oversights. We are definitely taking every aspect of this very, very seriously, understand all of those concerns from the other perspective as well.
And I just want to, one additional comment. I just want to say thank you to you and your staff. It's clear to me from this morning's presentation and this afternoon's presentation that you are in fact being extremely thoughtful with all of this and the process. So just know that for me, I recognize that in a very quick amount of time, but the professionalism and what you've provided to the commission today is really appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nito, one moment, please. Commissioner Gordon, thank you for making that comment. And I also share my enthusiasm, my support for the amount of work this has taken and how you've done extraordinary work, Herculean lift to get us to this point. As the district attorney, I have to review every officer involved shooting incident. And I am acutely aware that there is an officer who is at home suffering and not sleeping well every night, not knowing the result of my inquiry. And I think all of us understand that sentiment. Now, given that, and given this 1,000 number we were just handed, does any state double the size? So here's my fantasy. We double the size of our commission, and then we do half the work as commissioners. Has anybody expanded the size of their commission?
Madam Chair, not that we have found, we've not seen that anywhere. Every state that we visited has had components of what's required by us, but there's been nobody who has the inclusive requirements that we will have. So no, I should have just said no.
Okay. Okay. We are going to have to be so sensitive to the fact that most of the people on this commission have full-time jobs. And given what Commissioner Gordon said, and I think it's how everybody feels here, we don't want to make this decision casually. And the hours upon hours of work that might be expected of us, we're going to have to build in a way to deal with that. Because there is that officer at home who's not sleeping because they don't know the result of the findings. Commissioner Nito.
Yeah, Madam Chair, ditto what you said. And my hat's off to you because this is a big one. And it's not just walking to the commission meeting, but chiefs of police up and down the state have been following this for over a year, what we have to do. What I would like to see though is when so for 20 years, I've been looking at these type of investigations. I've been in that kind of position. And I've never looked at one investigation where I didn't have questions at the end of the investigation. So I suspect that Post is going to have a lot of questions when we get these. And you talked about investigators. I just want to make sure that there's some kind of checklist, or you have to have these basic qualifications to be investigators. You know, if they've gone to internal affairs school, or you know how it's made up of who's doing the initial investigation, what subject matter experts, and not just rely that you have investigative experience. Good investigators are good investigators. I get that. But there are some differences depending on what you're taking a look at. So I want to make sure that we do that right, to take care of our officers, but also to take care of our communities.
Yes, thank you for that. And just as to be a law enforcement consultant within Post itself, a very minimum, you have to have served as a sergeant at any law enforcement agency. And so we are very aware of the level of talent we need to staff this, and we'll be specifically looking for that. And we do have a lot of good talent in-house. I don't mean to say that we don't. We have a lot of talented people currently working for Post. And by the way, my transition team is fantastic. Thank you all. I have to give them kudos for that. But we are very aware of that, and we'll be assure you that we're taking those efforts as we go through it.
A comment made by Toby, which I also thought about, is the concept of subcommittees of the commission. And we may need to, we're going to have to figure out a way to take reasonable sized bites And subcommittees could be that way. And as Toby had suggested, we could be rotating that responsibility. I'm not sure what that looks like yet, but as you begin to formulate what this will be, we would just ask that you take into consideration to the level of scrutiny that we expect and the amount of time that we have available.
And if I could add real quickly before we get to you, Rick, just because it's been raised twice, there is a provision in the legislation that talks about the staffing within the division. And it specifically says that it shall be staffed with a sufficient number of experienced and able employees that are capable of handling the most complex and varied types of decertification investigations, prosecutions, and administrative proceedings against peace officers. So the legislation did contemplate that we would have to have very skilled, specific qualification investigators in the division.
Thank you, Toby. Other questions and comments? Yes, Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, and I'll try to go quick because we're checking off a lot as we go, so thank you. On other ones I can do offline. One, I just want to be cognizant that we are aware and think about and anticipate when we come to a finding that is different necessarily than the agency. Agency sustains a complaint for something, we determine, no, it's not, and then what those issues are. I'm hoping most of the people don't want to challenge it because it's that egregious. Secondly, some of the obstacles I just want to throw out there, a 3-year look back. A lot of agencies allowed employees to resign in lieu of completing investigations, didn't log when people separated what the cause was. So we're going to have a problem with that, just realizing that. I have the benefit of working in other states and just finished something this year where they do have a decertification process. And the affiant, the one responsible for saying they were released, the department head perjured on a couple occasions. So anticipate being able having to investigate an agency that isn't forthcoming. Not that it would happen in California, but again, when it goes back to, are we going to have to investigate? I would anticipate that we're going to have to go, not just that, but the issue with a department head or whoever the affiant is not accurately reporting to post in that regard. I strongly, I was going to suggest at the front end to help the staff out that maybe we consider putting an ad hoc subcommittee together, not for the review, but to streamline and speed up, allow them to do things without having to come back to the full commission. And with Commissioner Gordon saying, you know, what kind of data, even doing some mock reviews with the subcommittee members to anticipate what we might want versus having to come back to every commission meeting to get decisions. So I would strongly encourage that we look at that and give that subcommittee the authority to make decisions so it speeds up their process. So we're not the delay. IT is going to be a big delay. General service is going to be a delay. The last thing I want to see is us be that delay and help staff who's done a great job help facilitate that. And again, mock up some different scenarios and actually test them in a mock setting before it comes back to the full commission to see what the recommendations are. With that, I've got about 50,000 other questions, but I'm going to hold those for later because my head hurts.
Let me just first of all inquire with our council, Bagley, Keene, subcommittees, discussion items, talk to us in general about that.
Right. So generally what Bagley Keene provides is that you can have a subcommittee. The subcommittee can either exercise any authority delegated by the commission, or alternatively, a subcommittee can just act as more of a detailed study group and then pass a recommendation on to the full commission. But most Bagley Keene subcommittees, if there's 2 or more, I think is what the language says, commissioners that are on it, then it is subject to Bagley Keene. So the subcommittee itself has to comply with Bagley Keene in terms of the agenda and notice of the public meeting and public comments and all of it. So it is possible to do the subcommittee. I think is a great idea considering everything's got to be done here. The one problem though that we have to keep in mind is that some of this is going to be, we're going to have regulations, and the regulations, I think the subcommittee can perhaps review them, study them, or whatever, and make a recommendation. Make a recommendation to the full commission, but I think the full commission would have to vote on the actual regulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Long.
Apologize for not remembering this in the bill, but can you, Toby, or can someone address, is there any specific weight attributed to the deliberation or the decision of the commission once it goes to the ALJ?
I can answer that, although I don't want to step on you guys, but I mean, my read of the legislation is that what the commission is supposed to do is to evaluate the recommendation made by the board, because the board will have reviewed what the division did and it will make a determination as to whether or not it believes that action should be taken against the officer certification. The commission will then basically decide up or down on that. And if the commission decides that it is appropriate to continue with decertification of the officer's certification, then it goes to the Office of Administrative Hearings, and there will be a filing of, we haven't called what we're going to create it yet. It's normally called an accusation and licensing proceedings, where we'll create effectively a pleading that sets forth the grounds that we believe is appropriate against this officer. That person will be given the notice, and then it will start the official process of an evidentiary hearing with all the due process under the Administrative Procedure Act before the Office of Administrative Hearings. And by the way, Maria, I just wanted to congratulate you. I didn't even talk to you about this, but I noticed you went to OAH and got the information from them about how many offices there were. And there will be a process where these hearings will have to be held in a geographic location proximate to where the person lives or works. And so that means there's going to be all kinds of issues throughout the state where we're going to have to go to one of the various, for the actual hearings, we'll have to go to one of the various OAH offices, initiate it, and then the hearing will probably actually have to be held in some remote county somewhere, and we'll have to be finding buildings and for the hearing to be held and all of that stuff. So a lot of work.
I'd also just make one comment, if I may, about I love subcommittees and all, but I wonder, hearing some of my colleagues here, how willing people are going to be to give that up to a subcommittee, and then if the expectation is that then we would essentially just go along with it. I'm hearing a lot of dedication to going through these things from the individuals, which leads me to believe, as much as I'm a subcommittee guy, it may not be the way out.
I mean, some work can get done, but the problem with for me is that I don't want to hear a recommendation from a subcommittee and then just vote on it. It's someone's livelihood and their career, and I need to know everything that I possibly can before I make that decision. And I think everybody here feels the same way. There's no way I'm going to end a person's career on someone's recommendation. I want to see it, and I want to read everything I can. I want to know everything I can so that I'm making the best decision possible, because it's going to end that person's career and livelihood.
You understand? And Commissioner Brazil, I just want to go back to a point you made earlier, which was in the lookbacks, that yes, if the person retired or quit or moved away from law enforcement, but there was an allegation in 2020, yes, that would come to us, but it also leaves the avenue for us having to recontact them to see if they want to pursue this. And I'm hoping somewhere in there, some people just disappear, you know, what the efforts are going to be. So if we have somebody who just decides, yeah, I'm not going to respond, you know, we're going to have some kind of default system based in, if we don't hear from them in 30 days, that they don't want to have it revisited, things like that. Yes, Commissioner Brazil, you had more to say.
Yeah, no, just one other procedural thing I forgot to mention is because there's a separate statutorily formed advisory committee to the Post Commission. I think we should consider these issues do not go to our advisory committee prior to the meeting. I mean, they've got to review them too. And I think one that's unfair and it would be duplicative with, since we already have one. So I don't know if we have to formally do that or whether we just say those items are not going to our post advisory committee.
You want to respond to that, Maria?
We agree with that. What we're trying to do is avoid the commission to becoming the sad commission. So we'll do our best to protect you from that.
Okay.
All right.
If I may also, Madam Chair,
please.
I believe there is language in SB2 to address what you brought up, Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Barcelona. I believe there is language in there that you shall be provided all of the information that is being put forward for the revocation. So everything that we have will be made available to you. It will not be a summary. We've also talked about where do we house that and make that available to you, because some of it may be video, body cam footage, whatever it may be. But I believe there is language that says we shall provide you all of it. Also, there is some additional language that is thrown into the bill at the very, very end about if it does not lead to a revocation, but may lead to some lesser remedy, that there is the ability to provide for a suspension. That was thrown in at the very end, really threw us for a loop, but we're also trying to address that. What does that mean and what is that bar? States struggle. There are some states that do suspensions for a week, 2 weeks, 6 months. It is very, very challenging for those states to do that. And that is part of this bill, not something that should, my understanding of the bill is you cannot ask for some form of a suspension because it doesn't leave, it's not sufficient for revocation. It's only after you make a determination that the revocation is not there, that gives you the ability for a suspension, if that makes any sense. I mean, I think some states say, hey, this peace officer shouldn't lose their license, but they should be suspended. Let's push it through. This is the opposite of that, but it does have suspension language in there that we're trying to tackle as well.
Just a quick follow-up. So I'd like to do a little research. Do you know which states have the suspension so that maybe we can go just take a look so that we can have a more educated discussion about that?
I know for a fact Arizona does. They suspend people for up to 2 years. It's interesting. And they don't do that. If they were suspended by an agency, that doesn't count. So they can suspend them in addition to that time period. So I know that Arizona does that routinely.
And Maria, may I ask a question, which I think I know the answer to, but you were at the last, you and Jackie and a few others at the last Arizona meeting. Their process is such that it goes to an ALJ before it goes to their commission.
Correct.
And the ALJ does all their work. This is on the back end for us.
Right. So even if you decided that this individual should have their certificate revoked, an ALJ may say it's not enough for them and return it to them as well.
Yes, Commissioner Long.
Manny, this question may be getting ahead of ourselves, but when and to what extent are you going to be free to discuss with us the potential costs of this and what you're dealing with in terms of BCPs? BCPs are sensitive and don't usually share, budget change proposals prior to the governor receiving them because they may reject them. But at what point are you able to kind of share with us how you're sketching out the various costs for the components of this thing? It's one way for us to evaluate. It's hard to sort of evaluate what can be done when we don't have really any knowledge of what it would cost us and what we might be left dealing with come January 10th.
That is a very challenging question. I'm going to defer it to Maria and Jackie.
No. I realize
We
you're not
anticipate-
supposed to discuss BCPs and so forth. It's very sensitive. But is there a way for us to get our heads around this to any extent?
So I guess in all seriousness, I'm not going to defer this tough question to Jackie Maria. We anticipated this question. We are working with the administration on different proposals. I mean, we're having weekly contact with Department of Finance on how we're going to do this. We all agree, we all know, I think the Department of Finance and the administration knows it's going to take resources, it's going to take some money and people to do. I believe the legislature knows that as well. I don't know because they've been out of session, but we hope to know more by January when the budget is released. January 10th, I believe, is the date. That's when we hope to have some definitive information that is public. We don't have definitive information now in-house. We're bouncing back and forth in terms of what we think we're going to need, but it's significant, as you can imagine.
Good
Sorry, if
non-answer.
that's a good non-answer.
Good non-answer, yeah.
Apologize.
I mean, bigger than a bread box, I guess is kind of the question as we head into this. But understood.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner.
I understand from the presentation that Post shall receive, forward, and investigate public complaints. And I fear that this is going to be a duplication of effort that's already been put forward to the agencies. Is there a process or are we still figuring that out for that? I feel like this will be a second avenue for someone to make a complaint if they don't feel they were heard at the department level.
Yes, so we do have to, pursuant to the bill, accept all complaints of misconduct. It is our intention to defer or refer those complaints back to the agency so that we are not doing, just as you suggested, duplicating effort. And also we need the agencies to be aware of what allegations are coming in as well. So it's a very unusual or hard to even imagine what kind of situation would not allow us to send that back to the agency. That is our intent.
And if I may, Commissioner
Commissioner.
Braun, our intent with that is also to create some procedure, probably in regulation, as to what do we do when we receive it and how does it get to that agency? I mean, I think our intent is to do what Jackie just mentioned, but to codify that somewhere so that we know that it's being forwarded unless there's certain circumstances that are met.
Commissioner Bowie.
Yeah, that was going to be my question regarding accountability of us receiving that information and passing it on and ensuring, I don't know, we're in the process where we're supposed to ensure that it's actually going to get looked at, whether or not that's even our responsibility. But there are a lot of layers to this. I see us going through a lot of growing pains as we develop the process as well as during the implementation of this. So please let us know what we as a commission can do for you. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of twists and turns and we will completely understand.
Thank you. One thing that we are cognizant of is that we need to have a tracking program also. So when we send things out to agencies that we track to ensure that that has been done. So that is in the process too. And it is definitely a work in progress, but I appreciate your offer and I will call you soon and make you sad.
Make you sad has a whole new meaning now. Anybody other comments on this? Oh, what's that? Yes.
If I may, in closing, I know you all have acknowledged Jackie's work, and I think we all say that Jackie and the team, there's 5 individuals with Jackie. They're almost all full-time. We've dedicated them, put them in an isolated part of the office to work on this. We keep asking Jackie if she needs more people. So thank you, Jackie. And then thank you to the other staff members. There are other staff members that are helping on a part-time basis, but what that's caused is there are now staffing shortages in other bureaus. And we have repeated questions from staff. How are we going to do all this? How are we going to do all this? And we keep saying, this is the number one thing. All the other stuff can wait to a certain extent because this takes precedence. We're under the gun. It's a major project. So just want you to know, I mean, we have a lot ahead of us. It's good stress for us to put this together. And obviously even Colin is got some good stress going on with how he's going to make the technology go. But this is the number one priority for us. And it's hard for us to get to everything that we possibly can. And some things are gonna have to go on the back burner. Jackie came from training, delivery, and compliance, which was fully staffed, I believe, about 3 or 4 months ago. There's 10 regional consultants, and because Jackie's been pulled, another regional consultant is now the acting bureau chief. We're down 3. Of the 7, we're down 3. We've given up bodies from 5 different bureaus, including from EXO. So it's a significant challenge for us, but one that is a good challenge, and we think we're all happy to be doing it. But thank you, Jackie, and thank you to all the staff that are doing it, and Maria for leading the charge with all of this and putting it all together.
Thank you. Let me just ask the reporter, would you like a break now or in a few minutes? I think we're going to go past 5. Now's a good time. Okay, everybody, let's see if we can get back here at 12 after 4. I do have some good news. If you eat donuts after 4 o'clock in the evening, there are no calories in them. It will just give you energy.
Get to number 3 then.
So we have about 15 donuts there. And yet Commissioner Long grabs some water.
What did you say about reporter? Oh, you did?
Everybody here, let's see, we're missing Jim and John.
Isn't he from the AG's office?
Brazil.
Isn't he from the AG's office? Yeah. Oh, look.
Okay, missing a couple of commissioners, but we'll start up. At this time, I'll call upon Legislative Liaison, Public Information Officer, Megan Polis, to provide us with the report reflecting the new laws and legislation impacting Post. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. When I saw you last, we were at close to the end of the legislative session. And I don't need to tell you that it obviously is over. The governor signed or vetoed any bill on or before the October 10th deadline. There were many bills signed that will affect Post, not just SB2 or law enforcement in general. So my complete list of bills that Post followed throughout this last session is in your agenda. And what I want to talk about today is not inclusive of all the bills, but I am going to highlight some of the major ones that will be affecting Post. I only have 8 slides on SB2. I hope that's okay. Just kidding.
Don't make us sad.
I'm not gonna continue the discussion on this. I think we've spoken at length about it. I did want to add, though, this topic began in the session before last, and this new legislation was introduced in January, and it sat until June. They didn't make a single change to the bill until 6 months in, and then it was a mad scramble for 3 months. There was a lot of late nights and a lot of in-depth discussions to get where we're at today. So AB 89, so this bill will require all peace officers under the Post program in California to be the age of 21 at the time of appointment. This bill, and that's effective at January 1 of 2022. It doesn't apply to those who are obviously currently employed, and it grandfathers in anyone that is under the age of 21 in an academy as of December 30th of 21. This bill also requires the Vice Chancellor of Community College's office to collaborate with Post and other stakeholders to develop a report on recommendations for education requirements in a degree program. And that report will be due to the legislature in July of 2023.
Megan, is that in response to the question of whether law enforcement officers should have a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
Okay.
There were a couple of bills on crowd management. AB 48 prohibits the use of kinetic energy projectiles and chemical agents during any assembly, protest, or demonstration unless the deploying officer has received proper Post training. The bill also states that only a commanding officer at the scene may authorize the use of tear gas. And the bill also contains some specific reporting requirements for the use of these tools. SB 98, this bill allows duly authorized representatives of any news service access to any law enforcement command post or closed area at a demonstration, march, protest, or rally.
Madam Chair, I have a question on 48. Did they define what a commanding officer is? Because it's different depending on what agency you're with.
It did not. There were a couple of bills on use of force, AB 26. This bill adds several definitions to Government Code 7286, such as excessive force, intercede, and retaliation. It requires all local agencies to add to their use of force policies a requirement that an officer intercede when present and observing another officer using force that is clearly beyond necessary, as well as a prohibition on retaliation against an officer who reports such violation. AB 490, this bill states that a law enforcement agency shall not authorize techniques or transport methods that involve a substantial risk of positional asphyxia. This bill further defines what positional asphyxia is, and agencies will have to update their policies regarding this procedure. Some other training related legislation, AB 57. So this bill requires specific hate crimes training to be added to the basic course. It would require posts to create an interactive course for in-service officers on hate crimes. And finally, this bill requires every officer to complete post-certified hate crime training within 1 year of post making the course available online, and every 6 years thereafter. I will add that all of these requirements are contingent on post receiving funding. So they're not mandates yet. AB 1356, this bill is on reproductive health care services, and it contains a small portion in regard to the training post currently has on anti-reproductive rights crimes. It would require post, also subject to funding, develop an interactive training course on this topic, and update our training every 7 years or on a more frequent basis if deemed necessary. The bill also outlines specific stakeholders we would have to work with to develop that training.
I'm a little confused about what it is, the reproductive healthcare services.
So Post currently has training that we were already mandated to create on anti-reproductive rights crimes. So this basically would mandate us to update that training, make it an interactive online course, and then update it more regularly.
Thank you.
The last bill here is SB 494. So this bill would have required Post to create a course on ethical human engagement and advanced interpersonal communication skills, as well as incorporate both of these courses into the ICI core course. We briefly talked about it earlier today. This bill was actually vetoed. It was vetoed, but the governor's message directed Post to develop the training as outlined in the legislation out of good faith without the mandate that officers complete it. And as I said earlier, so AB 57 and 1356 are contingent on Post receiving funding.
Thank you.
So the next legislative session begins January 3rd. It's the second year of a 2-year session. So any bill that didn't pass through its appropriate chain could resurface again this coming year. So there was definitely some legislation that was held that I do see it will resurface again. But I'm also anticipating we're going to see topics such as duty to intercede, hiring best practices, drug decriminalization, mental health training, de-escalation training, driver's rights, and I'm sure much more. So that's my reading of the tea leaves.
Did you say driver's rights?
Yes.
What does that mean?
When you are pulled over and you're asked to show your driver's license and registration, there's discussion on perhaps changing that process. Like I said, session begins January 3rd. Legislature has until almost the end of February to introduce any new language. So I will have a lot to report on in March. I've been asked some questions. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions as always.
Any questions? The driver's rights won't affect CHP.
No.
Okay, Commissioner, Executive Director Alvarez.
I just, I want to also publicly thank you, Megan. Megan was the one, you could see all of this providing technical assistance on all of these bills. It was quite a busy legislative session. And Megan was definitely the subject matter expert on SB2, providing technical assistance. It seemed like on a weekly, weekend, nightly basis. So thank you, Megan. I know we handed some of the discussion off to Jackie and Maria and Colin, but thank you for being so involved in all of that and providing the knowledge and assistance that they needed to write that bill. Thank you.
Anybody, anything else? I agree. Thank you, Megan. My constant texts to you nights and weekends. You were always so responsive. I appreciate it. Okay, so some good news about an April meeting, Manny?
Correct. With everything you heard today from Senate Bill 2, we believe we should have a special commission meeting to address proposed regulations pertaining to what we talked to about SB 2. We don't want to do that at a regular commission meeting. We think it should be a specific meeting. So we proposed a date to do that. And we propose the date of, I'm missing it here, April 27th and 28th here in West Sacramento. The reason for those dates are, one, whatever regulations you approve have to go through the regulatory process through the Office of Administrative Law. And we know that the law takes effect January of 2023. So we want to have sufficient time to push the majority, probably not all of the regulations through early. It's not early. It'll get us right to where we need to be. It's a challenge for us because obviously we have to publish them before April 27th. So they're on the clock to put these things through. I mean, one of the big ones we want to get to you with some recommendations on what serious misconduct might look like. We would like to propose that in April. So that's on there if for your consideration.
So the good news is we'll get to see each other March, April, and May.
That's just a proposed date.
That's a proposed date, and we might as well discuss it now. Anybody think that's a terrible date?
Yeah.
If I may, for the sheriffs that are on the commission, that is the same time as the Cal Sheriff's Annual Conference, which is down in Tulare and Kings.
Well, Executive Director Alvarez.
If I may ask Commissioner O'Rourke, so we have the CSSA conflict. There's another conflict. Okay. Okay. Is there, if we come up with another date that is okay with CSSA, all of you that we can come up with, that we can schedule, we have to get hotels. That's the big challenge for us. Can we put something together and just go with it, and we can reach out individually and make sure that it's okay with you all? We just need to schedule it sooner rather than later. I don't think we can wait till March. Is that okay?
Certainly that's okay, but now we have to go back to the Bagley-Keene question. Putting out,
Oh, my.
sending out. an
Sorry,
email. That's
Toby, I
okay.
apologize.
No, it's okay, as long as it's a one-way communication.
If I do it one-on-one to make sure that the
One-on-one, yes.
commissioner is available.
I think that's fine.
Okay, so everyone's clear on that, so we don't violate Bagley-Keene. Mandy will be reaching out to each of us one-on-one. There will not be a group communication on this one. Okay, thank you. Moving on, Acting Chair Walsh, did the advisory committee have any comments on any of the items provided in the consent calendar?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The only item that we had discussion on was the one regarding SB2, and we did have substantial discussion, a lot of questions almost as many as the commission had, but staff was able to answer them, and there were no further comment or objection to anything.
That's it. Okay. As this was the last item on the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve the consent items? Second,
O'Rourke.
all those in favor? Questions, comments? Anybody not in favor? Okay, motion passes. Financial report. Commissioner Wong will now provide the Finance Committee report.
Thank you. We received extensive updates on the 2021 and 21-22 budgets. In the interest of time, unless anyone is dying to go through more charts, they are in your packets. I would suggest that we found nothing amiss. All budgets are on schedule. There appears to be expenditures are going on as anticipated. The second thing would be contracts. And for this, if you could put up there's two slides. There's one for the 2021 contracts. And keep going for a while. Keep going.
Before we go to contracts, Commissioner Wong, I just need to get a motion to approve your report. So your report is complete in terms of what you've said to us so far beyond going to contracts.
Except for the one item that we'll have to take a full commission vote on, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Keep going there, guys. There we go. There's the first slide. We reviewed contracts for 2021. Here's your 2021 contracts. Again, nothing amiss. We did discuss how several contracts on this chart appear to be behind schedule and have received extensions. You can see the date extensions on the far right column. ICI in particular is broken down to the specific extensions, portions of ICI down the bottom. We talked a lot about whether or not how that would coincide with the following year, because these funds will, if they're not used by this, invoiced by this time, will revert back to the general fund. But there do not appear to be, again, anything amiss whatsoever. It's important to note that COVID delays have led to lagging invoices. They can invoice these things as late as the end of the fiscal year, even though the work has to be finished by the various date extensions. But there, again, appears to be nothing amiss here. The next slide is for the 21-22 contracts. And by the way, we're not voting on any new contracts today. That will be in March. There is one contract amendment we'll discuss in just a second. And also, as Manny alluded to earlier, the quality assessment program, QAP, is being retooled and will be back before us in March or May or April or one of those hearing dates. And then finally, on the if you look on this chart, the executive development course. Oh, back up one. The executive development course. This is the one thing before us for a vote. The Finance Committee voted unanimously to support it. It's a $55,000 increase in the executive development course. You can see there the 359, it's the fourth one down due to increased costs. If anyone would like to ask any questions as to that $55,000. And just by way of history, Manny, the executive director, has the authority to unilaterally increase any of these contracts approved by the commission up to $25,000. This is $55,000, about a 15% bump. There were no concerns from the Finance Committee. I will note, however, that we have discussed increasing that amount in the past. And Commissioner Brazil brought it up again today, suggested maybe we go as high as, he tossed out $100,000. We went back and forth a little bit about should it be a hard cap like that? Should it be a percentage cap? Exactly what type of latitude do we want to allow the executive director? And we agreed that we bring it back and have a more robust discussion in March. There seemed to be, certainly on the part of the Finance Committee, a willingness, if not an eagerness, to allow the executive director a little bit more latitude in terms of what are relatively minor increases in contracts approved by the commission. We have a kind of a fail-safe. We could always pull a contract back if all of a sudden we saw $100,000 that we really felt strongly about. So anyway, that's approaching in March. And the last thing here then is the $55,000 bump to the executive development course. And Madam Chair, that's, I guess, to you to get us a vote.
We're just going to vote now on a motion to approve the report. So can I get a motion on that? And a second?
Ron?
Questions, comments? Okay, no, any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Now we'll move on to the reoccurring contracts. We'll be reviewing and voting on one contract amendment from the Training Service Bureau. So just take a moment to review the contracts under consideration. And let me remind you, if the contract up for approval is considered a conflict of interest to you, please abstain from the contract. Take a moment to take a look at those. Are there any questions before we begin? Okay, is there a motion to approve the amendment to the Executive Development Course Contract for fiscal year 21-22? Second?
Donlin.
Questions, comments? Okay, because this requires a fiscal decision, Ms. Nunez, would you please do a roll call vote?
Barcelona. Braun,
Yes.
Brazil,
Yes.
Bowie,
Yes.
Donaldin,
Yes.
Doyle, Dudley,
Yes.
Yule, Long,
Yes.
Marsh, O'Rourke,
Yes.
Ramirez, Gordon, Nieto. Thank you.
Okay, and that motion passes. Okay, Basic Training Bureau. Item D is a report on proposed change. You're looking at me, everything's okay? Okay. Proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1081, minimum standards for legislatively mandated courses. At this time, I will call upon Staff Service Manager Cheryl Smith, Basic Training Bureau, to provide us a report on this item.
Good afternoon.
If you want to remove your mask when I'm speaking.
Proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1081 for the campus law enforcement course include updating the course topics. Post staff met with presenters of the campus law enforcement course who recommended the revision. These revisions included updates to terminology to include more contemporary and inclusive language. That is it for my report.
Okay. Questions, comments? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
No, the advisory committee did not request a report on this and had no objection to it.
Is there a motion to approve the changes as described in the staff report?
Motion, Donlin.
Second? Questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item E is a report on the proposed changes to Commission Regulation 1052, 1055, 1059, and 1070, course certification and presentation requirements. At this time, I will call upon Manager Jennifer Hardesty, Basic Training Bureau, to provide us a report on this item.
Good afternoon,
Hi,
Madam
Jen.
Chair and Commissioners. So I'm presenting on an item today that will address some clarification that's needed to a few regulation sections, in addition to adding some missing language. And then it's going to correct some inconsistencies between regulatory sections as well. So the first section that I'll start with is Commission Regulation 1052. Current regulation language requires that once an approved course needs to be modified, then the certification documents are to be submitted to post a minimum of 30 days in advance of presentation for review by post staff. This timeframe conflicts with Commission Regulation 1055, which covers requirements for course presentation, as that section requires presenters submit the presentation request 30 days prior to the course being presented as well. So what we are requesting is that we change that time frame under Commission Regulation 1052 for review or for modification purposes to 45 days. So that will allow post staff 15 days to review the course updates, whatever the presenter is needing to modify, approve that course, and then they can request their presentation and meet that 30-day requirement in advance of presentation. So the second section is Commission Regulation 1055, which we presented changes to the basic course certification process at the June 18th, 2020 Commission meeting. I neglected to include the course attestation form under that regulation section. We did add it to Commission Regulation 1059, which is the basic course certification requirements. However, we require presenters submit that form during their presentation request process. So we just want to make sure that we're including it in both sections. The third section is Commission Regulation 1059, basic course certification requirements. So when we changed the process to certify a course, we created what we call a breakdown of staff positions that requires the presenter to detail for us instructors by topic, recruit training officers, scenario managers, et cetera. When we proposed that document, I neglected to include what we call testing system users. So those are the users that access the testing system for the comprehensive tests required in the basic courses. We also want to ensure that those individuals are included on that breakdown. And that's simply to ensure that they've received the necessary training to have access to that system. And then in that same section, that includes the modification language that was also referenced in Commission Regulation 1052. So in that section as well, we'd like to change that to a 45-day timeframe for modification. And then the last section is Commission Regulation 1070, which is the minimum training standards for instructors of post-certified specialized training. At the February 8, 2018 Commission meeting, we proposed a change to Commission Regulation 1009, which is the Academy Instructor Certification Program section. It removed the pre-service requirement of the Academy Instructor Certification course and implemented a 12-month window for instructors to complete AICC. It was recently identified that the pre-service requirement for AICC was still reflected under Commission Regulation 1070 and conflicts with the updated requirements under 1009. So the proposed change is simply to correct that conflict between the two sections. It in no way changes the requirement for instructors to complete specified training to teach that subject. So that's it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
I do have one quick question.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Gordon.
On the 45 days, so as simple as changing locations on any type of course will then require 45 days. So if a building's not available and they want to use a different building, that will have to be submitted 45 days in advance?
No. So there is a process in EDI for you to change or request a change to a location only.
Okay, that was just my question because
So that's a much
included. Okay, thank you. That was my only clarification.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's see, we need a vote. Let's see. First, let me ask if the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
The advisory committee did not request the presentation on this, had no objection. And I do appreciate staff for reviewing the minutia in these sections and bringing them up to date and cleaning up the language.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the changes as described in the staff report?
Motion, Donald.
Is there a second? Questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. That motion passes. Item F is a report on driver training simulator instructions. At this time, I'll call upon law enforcement consultant Steve Harding, Learning Technology Resource Bureau, to provide this report on this item.
Hello again, everybody. Next to me, I have law enforcement consultant Steve Harding. He was a simulator program manager for this. We have two topics. If you recall, back in February of 2021, the commission voted on the driving simulator. The commission voted to discontinue the use of the driving simulator to fulfill driver awareness perishable skills. As a follow-up to that, in order to teach drivers a law enforcement driving simulator, you must attend a driving simulator instructor course because it qualifies under post-regulation 1070 as a specialized training subject. At this time, since we do not have the driving simulators, we find that there is not a need to attend a driver instructor simulator course. So that is for that topic.
This is succinct. Anything else?
Not for that one.
Okay. Let's see, any questions? Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Madam Chair, the advisory committee did not object to approval of this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the changes as described in the staff report? Second?
Second, Bowie.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor? Aye. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Nieto, I just wanted to thank Post for removing the simulators. I actually attended last year with my officers to see what they were like. And I'm just glad that we no longer use them.
I had 2 DA investigators I need to send home because they were still nauseous. So we appreciate that too. Okay, now item H is a report on mandatory training for background investigators. At this time, I'd like to call upon Staff Service Manager. Pardon me? G?
We have one more to dovetail off of the law enforcement driving simulators. We also have the force option simulators.
Stand by. Okay. The force option is compared to the, got it. Okay. Item G is a report on force option simulator instructors. At this time, I will call upon law enforcement consultant Steve Harding. No? Right? Okay.
Or his boss, I guess.
I need some help.
You'll defer to me.
Need a donut.
I need one. I have blood sugars dropping fast.
I'm going to keep it a mystery who I'm calling upon. Learning Technology Resource Bureau to provide us a report on this item.
Okay, just like earlier stated in the law enforcement driving simulators, the force option simulators, if you recall back in February of 2021, the commission voted to discontinue the use of the force option simulators to fulfill tactical firearms perishable skills. As such, in order to teach that course, an instructor would have had to have been certified under post-regulation 1070. Again, because we are not using those force option simulators, we are asking for the force option simulator instructor course to be removed from regulation.
Okay. Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Advisory committee has no comments, no objection.
Is there a motion to approve the changes as described in the staff report?
Motion.
Second? Thank you. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to talk about background investigations. Item H is a report on mandatory training for background investigators. At this time, I would like to call upon Staff Service Manager Melanie Singley, Strategic Communications and Research Bureau, to provide us with the report. Hi there.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, future SB2 experts. I'm John Loudon with Strategic Communications Research Bureau, accompanied by Melanie Singley, Staff Services Manager with the Bureau. Melanie's going to actually do a quick overview of the mandatory training for background investigators. California Government Code 1031 does address the requirement to actually conduct a background investigation. However, there is no mandatory requirement for training for these background investigators. Melanie, over the course of several months, has conducted an analysis, research. She's had online presentations with subject matter experts. She's brought background investigator stakeholders into the building, and collectively has come up with a series of survey questions that she'll give some results for, as well as make some recommendations for future training. Melanie?
Thank you, John, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Mandating background investigation training has been a post-strategic plan objective since 2015. Although regulations and guidance developed and offered by POST provide extensive and comprehensive requirements and relevant tools and resources for conducting background investigations, there is no current training requirement to ensure that background investigators have the knowledge and understanding to conduct thorough, efficient, and effective investigations. Acknowledging the importance in ensuring that background investigators are adequately trained, POST conducted a survey in October 2021 to identify who primarily conducts background investigations, if they are trained, and what types of training would be most efficient and effective for departments. Roughly 2/3 of the 96 respondents indicated that they use third-party investigators for at least some of their background investigations, and 80%, roughly 77 respondents, require some form of training for their investigators. They also rely on the third-party investigators, these are contractors, to obtain the training on their own. Online training was identified as a good option for majority of respondents, as it has the advantage of being available anytime and at no cost. The majority of the survey respondents indicated that investigators would be able to complete online training within a short period of time, immediately or within a 3-month period. That said, many agreed that in-person training is the most effective and would likely be feasible within a 12-month period. Of the small percentage who indicated that in-person training may not be feasible, they identified challenges with staffing issues, costs, and availability for the longer courses. Although the 2021 survey indicated that a majority of investigators had completed training, a 2019 survey of background investigators revealed that the quality and consistency of background investigation training varied depending upon the presenter. Respondents had expressed a desire for more scenarios, including candidate interviews, as well as information on social media and web-based searches. The results were mixed with regard to the length of the course, with some indicating it was unnecessarily long and others indicating that it was too short to cover the amount of information presented. Several pointed to the issue of instructors reading content from PowerPoints and the material being what they call dry. Based on the results of the surveys, staff is proposing developing online training through the POST Learning Portal system. The training would serve as an initial course and/or prerequisite to the longer in-person course. Utilizing online training would also give staff the option of developing more specific content-focused online courses to address emerging needs and/or issues. And as mentioned this morning at the advisory meeting, there was a mention of update training. It would also provide for an opportunity to allow for update training for individuals who have already taken a course. The initial online training would consist of the less dynamic content of the current course, such as post regulations, relevant laws, and standard procedures. It would be available again at any time at no cost, and it would be required to be completed prior to conducting background investigations. We anticipate that this requirement would be followed by a mandate of an in-person course, which could be taken within a 12-month time period. With the prerequisite online training, the current 32-hour course could be modified and shortened to focus on the practical applications of conducting investigations, using scenarios, and more dynamic instruction and interaction. The reduced instruction time should help mitigate some of the issues with staffing concerns and costs, and may provide for more frequent presentations. To ensure consistency across presenters, staff would also work on mandating specific content for the in-person training. Understanding the importance in ensuring that background investigators are adequately trained, staff is proposing to mandate that post-certified background investigation training be required prior to conducting investigations with an effective date of July 1st, 2023. The lengthy transition period will allow departments and investigators ample time to plan for the training. and will also provide staff time to develop online training, update the in-person courses, and identify mandatory course curriculum. Does anyone have any questions?
So just to be clear, this is brand new. Okay, something we haven't done before. So any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, I have just more of a comment. I just want to commend staff. When you look at the responses where they came from, we make a big effort to go out in the rural communities when sometimes we forget them. And then you look at the size, when 57% of the respondents had 50 or less sworn and almost 39% had less than 25 sworn. Those are the agencies most impacted by regulation like this. And so commending staff to make that effort to make sure that the smaller agencies are surveyed to find out what their needs are. So kudos to staff.
Yes, Commissioner Long.
Just a quick question. What's a mandate like this cost? Roughly?
What does a
What's a mandate like this end up costing Post? I'm just curious.
costing Post?
Yeah. I mean, it seems a good idea. I'm just curious what it would cost to
well,
perform, to provide the personal training.
To do it like for the online the in-person
For
training?
the in-person, yeah.
The cost of the in-person course varies a couple $100 depending upon the presenter. So that would be the cost borne by, and this third-party investigators would have to pay for that. And then for agent or for individuals that are on staff at a department that are in the post program, they would be, I believe, would be reimbursable through our reimbursement program.
Right. So it'd be reimbursed. So it's
It'd be a one-time fee that they would have to pay for the
a couple $100 per.
in-person, right?
Okay, thanks.
And then online would be available free, obviously.
Other questions or comments about this? Yes, no, yes.
There would also be the expense to the agency, not in dollars, but in backfilling the vacant position, but totally worth it. All of my background investigators, we used to contract out and found that to be actually more expensive and less thorough. So we do it in-house and they have gone through the background training. And it's for a small agency. And I do echo what Commissioner Brazil said, to reach out to the rural small agencies and ask us if that's worthwhile, which I'm one of the ones that responded and said, yes, very much worthwhile. And it will help Post in the long run when they come out and do the investigations and check our packages to make sure that we did a thorough background investigation. This will make everybody's lives much easier if we're all following the same rules.
Especially with the ongoing, the new changes that are happening now in terms of background investigations and the ones we're expecting to see in the future. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Did the advisory committee have any comments on this item?
Yes, the advisory committee had a pretty lengthy discussion on this and asked a lot of questions. There was resounding support for this item for mandatory training.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the changes as described in the staff report? Is there a second?
Second, Long.
Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you so much. Please.
I also just want to acknowledge Melanie and her work. Obviously, you did with this. We have been pushing Melanie with some of the dates and the time constraints, probably more than we should. So thank you, Melanie, for pushing this thing along. I know we've had a lot of conversations like, we got to get this in now. She's also the one that has been working on the AB 846, the psychological screening of peace officer candidates for the last year. And again, we've been pushing, we were going to do it in September, then December. We said, no, you got to do it in September. So we just want to thank you, Melanie, for pushing that stuff along. It's all complicated now with SB2 and the certification, the review or the appointment of officers. Now's the time. So I just want to thank you for all the stress that we put you through. Thank you for all of it.
Thank you, Manny. Okay, now we're going on to committee reports. The advisory committee. The advisory committee acting chair, Randy Waltz, will report on the advisory committee meeting held this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Other than what I've already shared with you, I have no further report.
Okay. Any questions? Do I have a motion to accept the advisory committee report? One more time and one person. Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. The following correspondence was sent from Post to Brian Kalinsky, Chief Galt Police Department, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Hamandir Gual. In terms of old business, there is no old business. At this time, I would like to call upon Executive Director Alvarez to discuss new business items.
I believe the only new business item that I'll reiterate is we will go back on the commission proposed dates and relook at April 27th, 28th, and come up with some new timeframes. Is there anything else, Carrie and Katie, in terms of the? Oh, correct. Correct. So we are proposing other dates down the road as we plan ahead of November 30th and December 1st. 2022 here in Sacramento, March 1st, 2023, location to be determined, but it should be outside of Sacramento, as well as June 7th and 9th, 2023. We realize that is very, very far ahead, but we just need to start planning. If there's a conflict with any of those, please let us know, or you can email me directly in the next week or two, and then we could start addressing it. I know we're surprising you with those dates now, but please let us know because we'd like to move forward. That's it, Madam Chair. Yes.
Given the new dates, the added responsibilities, we will not be accepting anybody's withdrawal requests from the commission. So if anybody's even thinking that, let it go. All right. One moment, please. I think we're here. Yeah. Okay. Now in terms of advisory. So if we have a motion, stand by. Okay, we need to take action on the dates that you just proposed. The reason I'm hesitating is because the April 27th, 28th date is there. Do you want me to take that out of the equation? Or do you want to go forward with the 27, 28?
No, please, if you would, take it out and we'll come out with a new.
Okay, so what's for consideration for next commission meetings is everything on your list in front of you, but April 27th and 28th, we will need a meeting then, but we may move those dates around. If the commission concurs, the appropriate action would be a motion to approve the next commission meeting dates and locations. Is there such a motion? Second? Thank you. Questions, comments? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Okay, so Rick de Basilio's term on the advisory committee is expiring. There's a request for consideration for reappointment to the Commission on Post Advisory Committee. There's a letter from Sheriff Dean Groen, CCSA President, requesting Sheriff Rick de Basilio's reappointment to the advisory committee as CSSA's representative. Current term expires February 2022. So I guess, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble following this on the script. Is there any discussion on that? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion
Thank
to re-up his tenure on the advisory.
Thank you. Okay, any questions? Comments? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. There are no questions or comments. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. No. Now, the upcoming commission meetings will be held March 2nd through 3rd in San Diego, May 25th through 26th. This is all in 2022 back here at Post West Sacramento. We'll now adjourn for a closed session. So we'll ask all attendees to exit the room and we'll reconvene in general session at the conclusion of closed session. Okay, thank you so much. We're back from closed session. Anything we need to report?
Just, we discussed litigation matters.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there anything else? Hearing nothing, I will call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Okay, well, I'll take those as so moved in a second. And is there any discussion, questions? And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Thank you so much for your patience today.
For those that are going to get a